Ladies and gentlemen, mothers and motherfuckers, welcome to the premier, inaugural, and annual Overdrive Championship Wrestling Draft, the premier event in virtual wrestling promotions. You all should know who I am by now, but if you don't, I am the manager of champions. I am co-founder, owner, and operator of Overdrive Championship Wrestling and the general manager of OCW's greatest brand, OCW Pride. My name is Stanley Brewer, and I'm kind of a big deal. And joining me today is my partner in crime, fellow co-founder of OCW, owner, operator, and GM of Overdrive Glory. Introduce yourself to the masses, good sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Glory. My name is Elias Thorne, but you can call me Eli. And today, I am here to prove that OCW Glory is not only the top brand, but is the top wrestling show in the world. Watch as I craft the greatest roster seen since the original NXT 2015 to 18, and a sprinkle of WCW for Hogan got to it, and the glory years with one TNA 2008 to 12. We will be the premier of wrestling.
Those are some very, very bold words, good sir, but I am very happy to have you here, and I am amazed by that confidence. You're clearly a man who has his priorities in order, as am I, because I plan on building a roster where it's not about fighting just for championships. It's not done for glory. It's not done for honor. It's done for pride and the love of professional wrestling. But all great things, much like the United States military, begins with a draft.
Good one.
And so, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we welcome you to OCW, and we welcome you to the OCW draft. Here's a rundown of how it's going to go. 4 rounds with a maximum of 10 picks per brand in each round. We have a roster of over 70 eligible superstars, where we here at OCW will come to try and answer the one question that has plagued professional wrestling for many decades. That question being, what if? And what's the number one what if question ever asked in wrestling? What if X wrestler had a dream match with Y wrestler? And ladies and gentlemen, Overdrive Championship Wrestling is the land where dreams come true. It is a land where only the very, very best of professional wrestling will compete on the virtual landscape for some of the grandest prizes that this business has to offer. And to open up our draft with the first overall pick in OCW, this is a man who's done a lot of great things in his career. He's stomped out the competition everywhere he goes, even though he's only ever gone one place. He currently stands as the WWE World Heavyweight Champion. He is the most over man in professional wrestling today. Ladies and gentlemen, the first ever pick in Overdrive Championship Wrestling is one Seth motherfucking Rollins.
Well, that's certainly not PG.
Well, we're not a very PG company. And if we didn't care so much about copyright, we'd be blaring his theme song right now. But unfortunately, we don't want our asses sued. Not until we make money, at least. And hire very expensive lawyers.
Sure. That being said, Seth Rollins is a wonderful pick. I see great things for Seth. He's a Grand Slam champion in WWE, and hopefully he accomplishes that in time. However, he's not the best pick available. That belongs to a man who is currently 3-0 against one Seth Rollins. Man who took his ball and went home, raided the Indies, ROH, New Japan, and then found brethren and decided, you know what? We're going to stick it to the man, form our own. With that said, this man is a former 3-time record-tying TNT champion, a former EVP of AEW, and a former Ring of Honor World Heavyweight Champion. With the first pick, Glory selects the man who got his name back, Cody Rhodes.
The man who also got hoed at WrestleMania 39. The man who, for whatever reason, is just unable to finish that story. But, quite frankly, I think that's more of a booking thing than anything else. And my good friend, I trust with your abilities to book Cody in Overdrive Glory. He may be 3-0 against Seth Rollins, but Seth Rollins has gold around his fine visionary waist. Cody Rhodes? Broke his arm against Brock Lesnar, I guess.
Yeah, but they're 1-1.
Yeah, I guess, and not everybody can beat Brock Lesnar, whether it be to his sheer dominating size or really lazy booking.
Combination of both, for sure.
However, speaking of lazy booking, this is the exact opposite of it. He is Kevin Nash's favorite wrestler. This man once held not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, but 5 different titles around his waist and his arms, all while suffering from vertigo. He is the belt collector. He is, without a doubt, one of the greatest professional wrestlers on this earth right now. Ladies and gentlemen, with the second pick for Overdrive Pride, we select Kenny Omega.
Well, that one, I'm not gonna lie, that one hurt a little bit. Kenny Omega was definitely on my list of picks to pursue Fort Worth. But things happen, and we will cover it best as we can. But unfortunately, that means Cody Rhodes versus Kenny Omega will not be happening in North Carolina. And that's okay, because with the second pick, I will be drafting a man who has completely revitalized his career after coming back not only from leukemia, but COVID. A man who has not lost in over 3 years.
Oh, you son of a
man
bitch.
Who has reigned supreme for over 1,000 days as champion. A man who has elevated his bloodline, you could say, to the next level. With the second pick, Glory selects the one and only WWE Undisputed Universal Champion, Roman Reigns.
Well, you beautiful...
Because there is more than one royal family.
You beautiful bastard, you just ruined my dream match of a Shield triple threat main event. Maybe we could come together and make that happen. But hey, eye for an eye. I steal one pick, and you steal the other. Absolutely fair play to you. And despite the fact that he looks like some guy named Joe...
He does look like a guy named Joe. Roman being drafted doesn't mean we also secure the services of the wise man, Paul Heyman.
You know, someone told me that I was a rip-off Paul Heyman once, but here's the thing. I don't have a Heidenreich in my repertoire. I have wrestled all manners of freaks and lowlifes in my career as the manager of champions. But the reason why I earned that moniker was because everything I touched indeed turned to gold. And speaking of gold, this next pick, or should I say, these next picks, they know gold all too well. Their Wikipedia page is way too long for us to read off of all of their accomplishments. But out of everybody in All Elite Wrestling, there are no 2 wrestlers on that roster who are more elite than the EVPs of All Elite Wrestling and current stablemates with one Kenneth Omega in the Elite. With the third pick, we take the first tag team in the Young Bucks.
Phenomenal pick. The Young Bucks are multi-time tag team champions the world over. Unfortunately, this is another pick that has been sniped, but I feel like while they have super kick parties, they aren't the masters. Because this pick will be a follow-up to the Bloodline. Because
Oh, you
gotta
son of a
keep
bitch!
family close, right? I will be drafting the greatest tag team of our generation, the 8-time tag team champion, Jimmy and Jay, the Usos.
They have absolutely been down since day one, and they will likely be day one favorites over on Overdrive Glory, and I really hate that you took that from me, because quite frankly, I've had my eyes on main event Jey Uso for quite the while. However,
we have friends in main event Jay.
however, when he's paired with his brother Jimmy, you could argue that main event Jey Uso is elevated to an entirely different level after that. And as you said, these two have done nothing but dominate the tag division, not just throughout their careers, but they currently stand as the longest reigning WWE Tag Team Champions when they held not only the SmackDown Championships, but eventually claimed the Raw Championships off of RK Bro and held them up until WrestleMania 39 in a phenomenal match with Sami Zayn as well as Kevin Owens. Now, this next pick for me may be a surprise, it may not. But you know, they say that there was no bigger rock star in the world than Elvis Presley. And the thing about Elvis is that his legacy lives on today in the form of many Elvis impersonators. The thing is that these Elvis impersonators got so powerful that one of them somehow kabonged his way into the longest reigning intercontinental title reign of all time. A reign that will soon be broken by one of the most accomplished wrestlers, not only overseas, but here in the United States. He is the current reigning and defending Intercontinental Champion, a championship that many say he has brought new prestige to. He is the Ring General, Gunther.
Oh, okay. And I ain't mad at hell of a pick. Gunther is a phenomenal wrestler, has over 3 5-star matches.
In fact, I have all of those
wonderful.
Up right here. Versus Tyler Bate, versus
Wonderful
Ilya Dragunov, and versus Sheamus very recently at Clash of the Castle, and is the longest reigning NXT UK champion of all time with, I believe, over 700 days with
That
the
sounds
title.
about right. He's also new record holder for the longest time spent in a Royal Rumble match, beating out both Daniel Bryan and Rey Mysterio. Well, I don't know. Daniel Bryan may still have the greatest Royal Rumble record, but for traditional Royal Rumbles, Gunther has indeed broken Rey's record. And I believe Gunther has the means to not only break the Intercontinental Championship record, but extend it to an even higher level. Thankfully, the Honky Tonk Man's record looks to be ending in September. So we'll see how that goes. But with that being said, I think a pick to match the level of Gunther needs to have heart and soul. And some people may assume this is a reach, but I have great plans for this man and his eventual hopeful world championship run. Because not only is he the heart and soul of NXT, he is the heart and soul to my love of professional wrestling, because he and Tommaso Ciampa reignited that. With that being said, I proudly draft the first ever NXT Triple Crown champion, Johnny Gargano, aka Johnny Wrestling.
That's an absolutely phenomenal pick. You know, very recently, Gargano spoke about his time in WWE. He used to be a prolific pro wrestler in PWG, Pro Wrestling Guerrilla, He got signed to the Performance Center, where he just went from another Performance Center wannabe to, as you said, the heart and soul of NXT. Has back-to-back Pro Wrestling Illustrated Feuds of the Year in 2018 with Tommaso Ciampa, and then in 2019 with his feuds with Adam Cole over the NXT Championship. He is also a member of possibly one of the greatest tag teams to ever live in NXT, Team Do-It-Yourself, aka DIY. Now, why don't you tell us a little bit about DIY while we're here, Mr. Eli?
DIY is a team that formed through happenstance. They both, Tommaso Ciampa and Johnny Gargano, have been friends for a very long time. They both get signed to the Performance Center, and they kind of just thrown together as a tag team. And no one really cared about it first. But thanks to the greatest tournament in the last 20 years in WWE history, the Cruiserweight Classic, we were able to see this team compete against each other and elevate themselves into the eyes of many. And through that, they gained prominence in NXT. They started picking up wins, fighting for the titles until they eventually got their opportunity in Toronto in one of the greatest tag team matches I have seen to this day. And they successfully beat FTR, formerly known as The Revival, in a 2 out of 3 falls match for the ages. And since then, they've gone on to win the tag team titles again. And on top of that, singles success, where they once again reunited after a hell of a feud where Tommaso was NXT champion and Johnny was NXT North American champion. That being said, they once again broke up and went on by their own way after the one final beat match. But I think with the right chance and opportunity, DIY could reform in Overdrive. I'm quite looking forward to it.
You say that, but as they say, no one will survive, not even DIY, because with the 5th pick for Overdrive Pride, I'm doing it myself, and I'm picking the Tomato Champ myself, Tommaso Ciampa.
Dagger to the heart. Phenomenal pick.
Let's do it. He is a 2-time NXT champion and had all of that success with Johnny Gargano as part of DIY. Also had a really good tag team with Timothy Thatcher that deserved better. But the tag division in black and gold, because it was still black and gold during that time, was absolutely fucking stacked beyond words. He is also, believe it or not, a 1-time ROH television champion, and overall, Tommaso Ciampa is a badass, and we stand badasses here in Overdrive, but especially on Overdrive Pride.
No, absolutely. To counter that pick, I could pick someone of great quality and stature, maybe a Scotsman or an Irishman, but I feel like at this moment, something's missing from my roster. And that missing link is a dominant woman to lead my women's division to be the best that it can be. And with that being said, I don't think there's any woman on this planet more qualified. Some people, she may be overbooked. To some, it's the ultimate form of nepotism because her father is a 16-time world champion recognized in WWE, when in actuality, he's won over 20. With that being said, I feel like there's no woman I'm more proud of to lead Glory to the top than one and only 14-time women's champion, Charlotte Flair.
Now this is an interesting pick, but I like it and I understand it. Charlotte is literally the opportunity. I think us just mentioning her name just earned her about 2 separate title opportunities, one right now and one down the road. But as Charlotte has said before in her own words, she is the opportunity, and there is absolutely no denying just how talented of a performer Charlotte is. She's one of the 4 horsewomen for a reason. She has put on banger after banger after banger with many of her fellow horsewomen and other women within the women's division. She was the final Divas champion is a Grand Slam champion in WWE, and as of right now, is a 13-time women's champion, holding, I believe, the Raw Championship 6 times, the SmackDown Women's Championship belt about 7 times. So, nothing but an absolutely impressive resume. And you know what? I'm going to go ahead, since you're drafting the cornerstone for your women's division, I might as well do what I've done my entire life and try to emulate what the cool kids are doing. Which is why, to me, I think the proper cornerstone for a women's division requires somebody who has beaten the opportunity. Someone who at one point suffered from Charlotte's constant presence on whatever brand she is on, but this woman has absolutely overcome, has gotten her revenge on Charlotte, and did it at the grandest stage of them all, no less. Ladies and gentlemen, Mommy is coming to Overdrive Pride. Bam!
Hello, thing. I wasn't even thinking about that.
How could you not draft Mommy? All right, number one, Dominic is one lucky son of a bitch right now. He is living the life that all of us want to live.
I didn't remember if she was Judgment Day Rhea in the game or not.
Either way, we can always download them up if we have to. But anyways, Mommy, number one, has phenomenal legs. I just think everybody needs to know that. But number two, she is the current SmackDown Women's Champion, taking it off of Miss Opportunity herself at WrestleMania this year. She is also a Women's Grand Slam Champion and has captured both the NXT and NXT UK Championships and sits among probably one of the best, not just female, but one of the best overall wrestlers on Earth right now. If you watch Rhea Ripley come out for a pay-per-view match, you will know just how on point her presentation is and how on point she is as a performer, and we are beyond proud to have her represent the women's division here on Overdrive Pride.
Completely understandable. Great pick. Honestly, wasn't even thinking about it. Shout out to Rhea Ripley. She's done tremendously these last 2 years. I'm so proud of her as an NXT UK fan specifically. She's also the most legit Grand Slam champion currently, besides Austin, because she's won, obviously, the NXT UK Women's Championship, which was absorbed by the NXT Women's Championship. She's also a former champion, though. She's been Raw, SmackDown, and Women's Tag Team Champion, and she's won a Royal Rumble. All that's left for her at this point is Money in the Bank and Queen of the Ring. Will we see that happen anytime soon? Who knows?
And don't forget, she entered that Rumble in at number 1, and in fact made it to the final 2 in 2 straight Women's Royal Rumble matches, if I'm not mistaken.
I know that, right?
If not back to back, she's made it to the final 2 in 2 different Women's Royal Rumbles.
No, for sure. With that being said, there are still a lot of great picks on the board.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of great picks.
I'm still frothing at the mouth just seeing how much talent that we have coming to our promotion. I am insanely erect right now, to put it bluntly.
With that being said, I feel like we haven't really given wrestling outside of America the opportunity to shine yet.
Ooh.
Here in.
Okay.
And with that being said, I feel like the perfect opportunity to do that is to draft probably one of, if not the greatest champions in the history of Japanese wrestling. I'm talking about a man who is the youngest G1 Climax winner ever. A man who has the longest reigning IWGP Heavyweight Championship reign of all time at over 700 days. A man who has won Match of the Year awards from over 6 different magazines / promotions. A man who has taken Kenny Omega to his absolute limit. And I'm going to deny you the opportunity to have this match ever. With that being said, Glory selects the Rainmaker, Kazuchika Okada.
Yes, sir. You talk about all of those wrestling, all of those match of the year matches. Literally, he has 5 from Wrestling Observer, 9 from Tokyo Sports, 4 from, I think you pronounce this, Nikon Sports, Nikkan, and 2 from Pro Wrestling Illustrated. And both of those matches with PWI were with Kenny Omega. And in fact, while you may deny the audience their match for now, don't forget that these two are set to face off in a match for the ages at Forbidden Door coming up later this month for the IWGP United States Championship.
Well, no, unless you're alluding to your next draft pick, that's not a true statement. Because Okada will be facing the American Dragon, Bryan Danielson, to me, to decide the best wrestler on the planet currently.
Oh, well,
Okay,
I was
Omega.
wrong and I done fucked up.
Yeah, while Kenny Omega will be facing a man who I hope to see get drafted today. One William Ospreay.
You really need to stop feeding me ideas. You realize this?
Well, that's what I thought you were alluding to in the first place. So I was already okay with him being gone.
Well, I was going to draft him anyway. I just didn't know how early or late I needed to.
He was my next pick, so you did. Yeah, I was good. Yeah, that was a done deal. Locked and loaded.
Ladies and gentlemen, Ospreay is another character who really needs no introduction. The leader of the United Empire, the man who broke Kevin Nash's quads in a digital format. He is the longest reigning Revolution Pro Wrestling champion, holding the undisputed British Heavyweight Championship, and is a multi-time champion in New Japan, being a one-time IWGP World Heavyweight Champion and a 3-time Junior Heavyweight Champion. We love our Aussies here at Pride, and we are more than happy to welcome Mr. Ospreay into our loving and caring arms.
Solid pick. Will Ospreay is phenomenal. He has more 5-star matches probably than anyone currently still wrestling. And he actually has more 5-star matches than WWE and NXT combined, with 25. So I can't wait to see what Will Ospreay gets up to over there in Pride. Maybe a trade will come up in the near future. We'll see.
You're gonna have to trade me the house if you want my Aussies now.
Oh yeah, we'll see. However, with that being said, I think a man of culture, a man of stature, a man who speaks over 4 languages, a man who is a 2-time ROH World Heavyweight Champion, with an 11-year tenure in WWE, being a multiple-time tag team champion, and a former United States champion. Unfortunately, the big one eluded him, even on his way out, because they had to feed him to Roman Reigns. But we are going to run that match back, and I expect very different results with the new and improved Claudio Castagnoli, the King of Swing.
You son of a bitch! Oh, now that might be my favorite pick that you have made so far. You know what? This is on me. I completely underestimated Claudio's value, as did the WWE. You are right, the King of Swing, over 11 years in WWE. He and Sheamus didn't just set the bar, they were the bar. And to see him now be at the top of Ring of Honor is absolutely phenomenal. He will absolutely be a main event player over on Glory. You son of a bitch, I hate you. But again, that's on me for underestimating the King of Swing, the Swedish Cyborg, Tony Khan's best friend and possible love interest. Now, because of that, I think that I am going to stick with foreign wrestlers. Now you talk about the many legends that Okada has created for himself. And you talk about how someone like Ric Flair has over 20 championships in his career. Well, I'm going to raise you one on that. How about 27 championships in his career and more? The Wikipedia page could have lied to me. A 3-time IWGP US champion, a 2-time IWGP Intercontinental champion, has a record 8 IWGP heavyweight championships under his belt. Ladies and gentlemen, considered one of the greatest wrestlers of all time, Hiroshi Tanahashi. And his name is actually really big for this graphic. Holy shit. But hey.
Just put that on. Phenomenal pick. Shout out the Ace, man. He's been killing the game for well over 20 years at this point. I wasn't expecting you to go there, I'm going to be honest.
I wasn't expecting you to go Claudio. As I've been telling you this whole draft, it's eye for an eye.
I really expected just a clean sweep all of the Japanese work you.
Now you think I'm gonna let you have all of them? No, most of them maybe, but all of them, fuck
yeah. No, I 100% expected you to take this top 3 from New Japan, no problem whatsoever. So no, good job on your part for sure. Tanahashi will be a very, I think, pivotal member of the main event scene over there on Pride. And unfortunately, Glory has lost out on a good one. However, I feel like this is a great opportunity
to be a dick
for us to, what's the word I'm looking for? Be redeemed, if you will. Because I feel like if you're going to draft a guy, then he needs to be the best man possible. And if there's one guy who's the best man and good at redeeming, it is a guy who is a former TNT champion, married to CJ Perry, aka Lana, a former 2-time WWE US champion, a guy who brought that tank to WrestleMania of all places. He is the one, the only, and you must fear him and his God, the Redeemer, Miro.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Phenomenal pick. I wasn't sure how high or low he was going to go, but god damn am I glad that he got picked in the first round. Miro is one of the many...
We had great plans for the future mid-card king. Great.
Miro, unfortunately, is one of the many who got hoed during their time in WWE, but has done nothing but ascended to great things in his time outside of the company. As you said, he is married to the absolute goddess that is Lana. He plays video games in his spare time, and I think that's really, really cool. And, according to Claudio's lover himself, he apparently is set to be a headline wrestler for AEW Nitro. I mean AEW Collision, which is coming up very, very soon. I would love for him to be a main event talent on that show, as I'm sure he will be a main event talent on your show. But you know something? In all of this going back and forth and getting some of the greatest wrestlers on the planet, there is somebody who, if he heard that a shitty little virtual promotion like ours picked him 8th, not even eighth overall, just 8th for one roster, he would be rightfully pissed and spend 25 minutes of TV time telling us why we're wrong and stupid. He is a champion. He is one of the greatest professional wrestlers today. He is
Right.
the salt of the earth. He is
Damn.
better than you, and you know it. The current reigning and defending AEW champion, over 200 days with the belt, recently proved he is the strongest of the four pillars. Ladies and gentlemen, Pride welcomes with open arms and many apologies, Mr. Maxwell Jacob Friedman, MJF.
Solid pick. I'm a very big fan of Max. I expect great things for him in the future in AEW and here in Pride. Honestly, wasn't expecting him to go in the first round as great as he is. That's on me.
How dare. He's going to be sending you hate.
Yeah, no. She'll be around the ninth pick, and I definitely have three guys ahead of him. So yeah, it's fair enough. But with that being said, I feel like the counter pick to this has to be the guy who a lot of people say he's the discount version of. A guy who has carried the mid-card and lower main event scene of WWE for the last 10 years. The guy who has had some of the greatest feuds for the Intercontinental Championship with one Dolph Ziggler. A guy who has starred in over 4 Marine movies. He is the A-lister, married to the hottest woman on Instagram, Maurice.
Correct.
And always Mike, the Miz Mazanin. Welcome.
This was a man who got kicked out of locker rooms when he first started, a man who was reviled because he came from the complex land known as reality television. But keep in mind, in his career, not only does he have the hot wife, not only does he have the big house, but he is the only 2-time Grand Slam champion in the WWE. There has never been a single camera this man has said no to. And while there's many matches that he has said no to, the amount of things that a guy who came from the real world, the number of things that he has managed to accomplish in his career is just absolutely stunning. And you know what? I should say I didn't expect him to go this high, but at the same time, he is the Miz. He is the A-lister. He is must-see TV. And you know what? Even if he won't be coming to the Orange brand, it does fill me with a good amount of pride to see him go in the first round.
No, for sure. I felt like I couldn't leave Miz hanging there. I felt like this was the right move for the brand, and I can't wait to see what he comes up with on Twitter.
But you want to know something? With there being so much talent on the board, I think we've forgotten about one of the most talented people in this entire draft pool when you really think about it. But the thing is, the fact that we've forgot about him, unfortunately, kind of speaks for his career up to a certain point. The man was once a part of one of the most powerful groups in WWE. A man who held a mid-card belt for longer than anybody, but no one ever seemed to remember it. A man who wrestled more matches than anybody else one year, and pretty much was told to fuck off not too long after. A man who has redefined himself and has helped reiterate the fact that the Shield runs pro wrestling. Ladies and gentlemen, with my final pick in the first round, things are about to get pretty goddamn wild, with arguably the second best member of the Shield, Jon Moxley. And again, this is where we would play the song, but we don't want to get sued.
Oh yeah, we definitely can't play Wild Man.
Yeah, we don't have Tony Khan money yet.
No, that's a phenomenal pick. I expect great things from John over there. That roster definitely seems up his alley for dream matches for sure. Um, Kenny and he can definitely reignite some stuff along with the Bucks. Him versus Gunther is something that definitely got missed out on by the time Gunther got called up. He and Tanahashi has already happened. I'd love to see that again.
It's
Obviously,
never
the
too late to
history
run it back.
with Seth Rollins and MJF. Hmm?
I said it's never too late to run it back.
Yeah, it's never too late. Obviously, the history between MJF and Mox and Seth Rollins and Mox and the introduction. But one match that really interests me would be Tommaso Ciampa versus John Moxley. I'm really curious to see how and if that match happens and how it plays out.
That would
So that being said,
that would be an absolute blood war for sure, for sure. Those two guys would absolutely kill each other in order to get that 1, 2, 3.
yeah, for sure. But with that being said, I feel like with the last pick of this draft, there are a lot of great options. But however, I do have the advantage of knowing that I do have the first pick of the second round, which means I can't miss with this pick. So with that being said, there is a guy I want to take here, but I feel like having only one woman drafted in the first round is a discredit to women's wrestling. And not because I'm being sexist or feminist, but because I feel like there are some women on this planet that are indeed better wrestlers than some of the men who have been taken in this draft. So with that being said, I want someone who's, you could say, the best at everything she does, whether that's being the strongest, the fastest, the smartest, the toughest, the quickest, the baddest, the best. The EST of NXT and WWE has officially signed with Glory. With that being said, I would proudly welcome the former and longest reigning Women's Champion.
Honestly, I absolutely cannot argue with that pick. In my personal opinion, Bianca Belair is among one of the best wrestlers in the world today. After WrestleMania this year, we asked ourselves, who can really beat Bianca? And the thing was that nobody really could. It took Asuka 2 tries in order to do it. And remember that Asuka is one of the most renowned wrestlers around the world, not just in WWE, but even she needed a couple tries in order to put away Bianca. Bianca has had an absolutely phenomenal main roster run, probably better than most NXT call-ups of the past couple of years. She has done nothing but run circles around her opponents, have put on phenomenal matches, and as I said, is up there as one of the greatest talents in wrestling right now. I commend you for your pick, sir. And with all of that, depending on how much OBS decided to fuck us by lagging and maybe cutting us out, this is our first round. The first 20 superstars to go. And while there was a lot of backstabbing and knife twisting and more stabbing, I think that these are 2 phenomenal lineups for the first round.
You know what's wild is like our first 2 picks are kind of obvious.
Yeah.
But 2 through 8 should more likely be swapped realistically.
You're right. You're absolutely right.
Like I feel like the Okada, like Tanahashi thing was like hit or miss for either side, but other than that, I definitely feel like 2 through 8 could go either way.
Because, like, I feel, exactly, because I feel like a lot of the people on your side were people that I suggested for the draft, and then the people on my side, especially people like Ospreay and Tanahashi, were people that you suggested. It's really fun. It's really, really funny how the draft works. But
you know, after I feel like that just goes to show how great Overdrive is about to be.
Yes, sir.
And I'm excited.
And with the end of round number 1, it is time for round number 2. And good sir, as you said with the last pick, you could not miss because you get the first pick of round 2.
That being said, this first pick is obvious for me. hate that I couldn't take him in the first round, but the way I currently have planned for this brand, I needed a guy to be my pinch hitter, my relief, the guy who came in to close things out. That being said, I can't think of anybody who I would trust more to have my back in the ninth inning than a guy who has won world titles everywhere he's been.
Mm-hmm.
A guy who got fired for choking a man with his own time, and then rehired and basically strapped a rocket to himself that never truly stopped. It sputtered randomly for a bit, but even when he was shelled with neck injuries, he he thugged it out. He recovered. He recuperated. He changed his entire wrestling style so that he could get back to doing the things that he loved. This man is a former United States champion, a former Money in the Bank winner, a former staple in Ring of Honor, and a man who now gets to live his dream about wrestling in the ring. He is the one, the only American Dragon, Bryan Danielson.
If we had a live audience, they'd be going, yes, 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 right about now. Bryan Danielson, also known as Daniel Bryan's in certain other promotions, really is a miracle kid. Somebody who, even before his stints in WWE, was already a well-accomplished, well-renowned, and very well-traveled wrestler. He's grown and shaved many different beards at several different times. He's been on the reality shows. He was on NXT, the fucking game show. Yeah, no, it's amazing he didn't go in the first round, but it makes all the more sense that he would get picked at the start of the second round. Absolutely phenomenal pick right here. And the man who may or may not have made Michael Cole turn face, because Michael Cole used to hate on him, and then suddenly at WrestleMania 30, Michael Cole was sucking his dick. Okay, but now I have a very tough choice to make, because there's still a number of just phenomenally and hilariously talented people still left on this list. Just scrolling through it and just seeing how much raw talent is left. Quite honestly, I'm not going to be able to sleep at night with some of these people that I'm not going to be able to pick. But the thing is, if there's one form of wrestling that I've truly come to love and believe in ever since going outside of WWE and seeking other ventures, including AEW, it's that of tag team wrestling. Tag team wrestling is truly a beautiful and remarkable thing.
Right.
And there are a set of brothers who I think embody just how phenomenal tag team wrestling truly can be. They are former AEW tag team champions, and they are the current reigning and defending Ring of Honor tag team champions.
Yep.
Ladies and gentlemen, Rey Fenix and Penta El Zero Miedo, the Lucha Brothers.
Well, what a steal in the beginning of the second round. They were right there. I promise you. I looked at the list and I looked at it and I was like, that's the next pick. Oh man, that's really tough. All right, with that being said, the Lucha Brothers are phenomenal picks. Both of these guys have had very successful careers as individuals and as brothers. Both men have held the Lucha Underground Championship. Both men have been obviously tag team champions together. I also want to say both men have been Impact champion at one point.
Penta El Zero Miedo has been. I know that.
Both men have been AAA Mega champion at one point. I do believe both men will be future AEW World Heavyweight Champions. But with that being said, because I have been preaching tag team wrestling for years, you could say, I am a very big believer in that, same as Xavier was, who we'll get to later on in the draft. With that being said, if you're going to take the Lucha Brothers, I feel like you have to take the guys who've been their rivals since the moment they arrived in AEW. The guys who are the current AEW World Tag Team Champions. The guys who are, if I am correct currently, 8-star FTR. I am talking about the Revival, now named dearly thanks to Cody Rhodes, Forever the Revival, aka Fox the Revival.
Yes, sir. 8-star FTR, my friend.
Yeah, so Dax, go ahead and grab your boy and come to glory so that we can show the world that we are elite.
Oh my goodness! You know, how did these guys even fall out of the first round when you even think about it? Because literally every match I have seen these guys in, it has just been banger after banger. They had their recent, very, very tense rivalry with the Briscoe brothers, resulting in probably some of the greatest matches that I've ever seen in my entire life. That 2 out of 3 falls match they had was phenomenal. The top guys will likely be the top team in Overdrive glory. So congratulations to you, sir, on such a great pick.
Yeah, absolutely. Dax and Cash have very bright futures. Honestly, they might even get their old names back. That's all I feel.
Anyways, phenomenal pick for the top guys, but now I think I'm just going to go with a top guy.
Okay.
This is a man who, in his career, has been an accomplished singles and tag team wrestler. Even as of late, he has had success in both divisions, has almost had success in the trios division. He is a former member of the Bullet Club, a kind of member of the Dark Order,
Okay, I know where this is going now.
and somehow manages to be a former and current member of the Elite, the king of cowboy shit, and a former AEW World Heavyweight Champion, one Hangman Adam Page.
Phenomenal pick. Hangman going this late, while not unexpected, is kind of shocking. Definitely could have been a first rounder, but I'm glad to see him go early enough in the second round to be relevant. Honestly, unfortunately, I was one of those people who weren't looking at his direction, but honestly, I feel like you can do Hangman justice. I'm really excited to see where you take him in Pride.
Mm-hmm.
But with that being said, if you're gonna go Hangman, I'm gonna go with a guy who's probably also on his way out of the company right now. Because he seems to be directionless at times, just like Hangman was until recently. Now the Elite storyline's kind of picked back up. A guy who left WWE and had to reinvent himself from the bottom because
I know exactly.
the chosen one, and he failed to be that chosen one. So he left WWE and he went on this journey. He wrestled in Lucha Underground. He wrestled in WCPW. He wrestled in Impact and reinvented himself. Came back to WWE, won the NXT Championship, quickly moved back up to the main roster where he's kind of faded in and out of relevancy. You know, he's a former tag team champion. He's finally won the big one with the WWE Championship, but it wasn't in front of fans, so it wasn't the same. He's put on banger after banger with Sheamus and Gunther respectively. And I feel like Glory is the perfect place for Drew McIntyre and or Galloway, depends on how you feel when he walks through the curtain, truly once again reinvent himself. So that being said, Scottish Warrior, welcome home to Overdrive Glory. Drew McIntyre into life.
I'm only mad because, goddammit, I wanted Pride to be the chosen one's home. This man has become one of my absolute favorite wrestlers ever since I got into professional wrestling. The first Royal Rumble I ever watched was when Drew not only managed to eliminate Brock Lesnar, but managed to go all the way, somehow outlasted Roman Reigns, who was still face at the time, mind you, and threw him over the top rope, pointed at the Mania sign, and as you said, unfortunately, had to win his title in front of 0 fans, thanks to the greatest heel in all of professional wrestling that's not named Vincent Kennedy McMahon, the coronavirus.
Right.
But congratulations to you. You got yourself one hell of a pick. My next pick is somebody who is really somebody who you can't kill. He is a man of extremes. He is a man of horror. He is a man who has held the TNT title multiple times at this point. A man who might just have one of the greatest mentors in professional wrestling. A man who has gotten the skateboard over in professional wrestling. Grab your skateboards, prepare your tables, and make sure that that coffin is wide open, because Darby Allin will be slamming somebody into it.
Great pick. I'm a very big fan of Darby Allin over here. I definitely believe he will be the next member of the 4 Pillars to beat AEW World Heavyweight Champion. Hopefully he realizes sooner rather than later, unlike Jeff Hardy, that he's completely destroying everybody for the fans. Well, cool. Can lead to severe problems in the future. So I'm very excited to see what Darby gets up to in Pride. But with that being said, Stuart,
but also fun
as your
fact.
friend, I'll have to apologize. Yeah, go ahead.
As a fun fact, real quick, he was also on an episode of Sex Sent Me to the ER.
That's hilarious.
That is hilarious. He apparently fabricated the story because he needed money, which I can't blame him for. We all need money, especially this company.
That's fact. You gotta do what you gotta do. No,
go to PayPal. Get us money. We need funding, please.
But with that being said, Stu, I would like to apologize because you mentioned earlier that the first Royal Rumble you watched was where Drew McIntyre won, and this guy was on the first ever SmackDown you watched. And with that being said, this guy is a former ROH World and Tag Team Champion.
Oh no!
A guy who has as many enemies as he does friends.
No!
A guy who, for the last 2.5 years, has fought tooth and nail with the bloodline. And I feel like we need to revitalize that feud. A guy who's a current undisputed tag team champion with his best friend, one Sami Zayn. A guy who successfully defended those titles at the Blood Money pay-per-view in Saudi Arabia. That is Night of Champions. A guy who is a Grand Slam champion. A guy who kicked in the door that is the WWE main roster and powerbombed John Cena through. Overdrive Glory proudly drafts the one, the only, current half of the WWE Undisputed Tag Team Champion. Kill Owens Kill. Say hello to Kevin Owens and Rory White. Stuart, how do you think?
Yeah, you better be fucking sorry, because like a Telltale game, Stanley Brewer will remember this. Oh, you son of...
He was right there.
You son
He was right there. And you didn't call dibs, which is crazy to me. We'll get to the dibs later. Dibs is already been established.
I guess I should have called it when I had the chance.
I looked at the list and I was like, let me double check to make sure dibs wasn't called. Dibs was not called, and he was just there for the taking. And I felt I had to do this to elevate my brand to the next level.
Well, you know what? I understand that you need to make picks in order to elevate your brand, so allow me to make a pick to help elevate mine. A man who we found out very recently is actually bilingual. He could speak more, I don't know. A man who is an NXT legend and a former NXT champion. The man who pretty much reinvigorated the Bloodline storyline. If you're gonna go with Kevin Owens, then my friend, I have no choice but to go with the man who resembles El Generico, but no one knows what the hell happened to El Generico. Sami Zayn. Suck my balls.
Okay, great pick. My Bluetooth disconnected, so I don't know what I think what did it, but that's okay. Sami Zayn's a phenomenal pick. I'm very excited to see him get drafted. Unfortunately, that does mean the tag team champions have been split up. So I assume that was completely out of region being a petty bitch.
That is 100% me being a petty bitch.
I had the opportunity to draft them together and I didn't because I wanted to respect the rulings of the draft. That's okay. Because technically they are indeed a tag team, but I feel like they deserve the singles recognition. So unfortunately, Sammy will not be in Glory this season. That's okay. There are multiple opportunities in the future, cross-fan promotions and whatnot. Just the follow-up draft. Maybe he'll be dissatisfied and quit. We'll see. But with that being said, I feel like the perfect counter pick to one Sami Zayn will be a guy who I feel has great potential, but has decided to back a company that truly has not had a future since 2013. But I feel like the company's slowly clawing its way back from obscurity and the dirt with phenomenal wrestlers such as Deonna Purrazzo and Jordan Grace. Bully Ray has had several career resurgences there. But this guy's currently injured. But I think Overdrive Glory 100% needs the type of guy who grits his teeth and goes in to work every day with a smile on his face, ready to entertain fans and put on some of the greatest wrestling possible. A guy who's Canadian. So maybe Sami Zayn's former partner Kevin Owens has a new tag team partner to rely on. A guy who is the longest reigning Impact World Champion of all time. A guy who made the X Division feel important again. A guy who was a two-time tag team champion with one Ethan Page. I'm talking about the greatest Impact champion in recent memory, and if not of all time, the one, the only, Josh Alexander.
Now that is an absolutely phenomenal pick. I know we say that a lot, but you are the reason why Josh Alexander was even in this draft to begin with. I don't think we have enough Impact love on here, but Alexander, absolutely, he definitely gives me that kind of heart and soul vibe of a company that, Impact's not exactly doing too terribly bad, but Hogan almost killed them and everything, and that shit takes a while to recover from. Hell, WCW never recovered.
Sure.
But you are right. A one-time X Division champion, a two-time Impact Tag champion, has a Wikipedia page as long as fuck, but just about every tag team championship he's held has been with Ethan Page. A very accomplished Canadian wrestler, Joshua Alexander, ladies and gentlemen, is now a member of Overdrive Glory. But I think we need to shift gears just a little bit. You see, there are still many, many lovely ladies still left on this roster. And while I was doing research, I found out a couple very peculiar things about probably one of the best wrestlers on WWE's main roster today. This is a woman who was a shining star in Stardom, has numerous 5-star matches and championships with the promotion, and
Great pick.
and was their first Grand Slam champion. She is a former NXT Women's Champion, as well as NXT Tag Team Champion, and has had tag team title runs on the main roster. She may be lost in the sky, but she is. I don't really know how to finish that. Ladies and gentlemen, we proudly select Io Sky.
Great pick. I love Io. The Genius of the Sky has had a phenomenal career worldwide. As you said, Grand Slam champion in Stardom. Where her former tag team partner and friend Kyrie Sane is doing great currently. No, this is definitely a pick I wasn't expecting to see personally. This was definitely a pick that I was going to get towards the end of the second round or beginning of the third. Proud to see her go here. And I expect great things from her in your women's. But with that being said, I feel you're right. There are a lot of great women on the board, so I'm going to start snatching a couple of them up right now. Such as the former Raw. The current Raw Women's Show.
I knew this one was coming.
A woman who has revitalized her career by returning to her roots in Japan. She has awoken her inner Kana-chan, and I am proud to see it as not only an Asuka fan, but an OG Kana fan before she even got to NXT. She is probably the greatest NXT Women's Champion of all time with a record reign formerly, I should say, because I want to say Mandy Rose broke that controversial decision. But it is what it is. At 510 days, she was undefeated for over 900. She's also a gamer and YouTuber.
And she designed graphics for the Nintendo DS, believe it or not.
That's a very interesting fact. She is a titan in this business, and I expect great things from her, not only in glory, but in the future of WWE, as long as she continues to stay there before moving on to greater pastures. That being said, the Empress of Tomorrow, the one, the only Asuka, has been selected by Overdrive. Welcome.
Don't forget her. Well, I don't know if she has the same theme. Don't forget her awesome theme song. If you remember, during the summer of 2020, pretty much the only people in that women's division was Asuka, as well as Sasha and Bayley. Asuka was pretty much their one sole enemy throughout that summer until Shayna Baszler and Nia Jax showed up. I have loved Asuka ever since the pandemic era, just because even though her reign as Raw Women's Champion wasn't the greatest, wasn't necessarily her fault, and you could tell she was just having the time of her life while doing it. Asuka is a great pick, and I figured that once either her or Io was off the board, the other person would be going for the other accomplished Japanese wrestler.
Yeah, for sure. We love Japanese.
And I'm going to stick with the theme of drafting the ladies because, I mean, as I've said, there are so many accomplished women on this list. And quite frankly, coming up with my next pick is something that's very, very hard. But you know something? Want to know what else is hard? Taking care of your teeth. And the thing is, what if I could get my teeth taken care of while also getting experience from an accomplished professional wrestler? Ladies and gentlemen, my next pick needs absolutely no introduction. Let me take a look at my notes here right quick. She is a 2022 Women's Owen Hart Cup winner, a former AEW Women's Champion, and the 2021 Pro Wrestling Illustrated Woman of the Year, and had the match of the year that year with one Thunder Rosa. Ladies and gentlemen, from Britsburg, Pennsylvania, Dr. Britt Breaker. DMD.
I was really confused on what he had to pick at first until I thought about it. I love Britt. I love what she's doing for AEW and what she's doing there. She basically carried it on her back for the first year and a half. No offense to like Nyla Rose or Riho or Chris Statlander, but you could definitely tell that that was Britt's division. And now it's kind of elevated itself with the additions of women like Ruby Soho, uh, Tony Storm, Jamie Hayter is stepping to the spotlight. We have Saira now. Shout out Paige. We also have, Mercedes Martinez and Athena and other guys, women like that who are currently holding down the early women's roster, but we're definitely and still are members of the AEW women's roster. So it's great to see that roster continue to grow, and I'm excited to see what Britt gets up to in Pride. Well, that being said, because I feel like this is an obvious pick for me, so I'm not going to waste any time. You know her, you love her. Her theme song, you sing along to it every time she comes out. Uh, she is the only horsewoman to not complete the Grand Slam by winning the NXT Women's Championship. But however, she's still really good at her job, and her job is to kick ass and be, quite to the contradiction, the man. With that being said, Overdrive Glory proudly selects Becky Lynch.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Big time Bex. The winner of the first ever women's main event at WrestleMania 35, where she captured both the Raw and SmackDown titles and held that Raw championship for well over a year, only having to vacate it because she got pregnant. Married to Seth Rollins, their baby is going to have phenomenal athletic abilities. That is going to be a super baby. Great pick. And you know what? She's the man. So of course the man is going to go high. This next woman who I'm drafting, I'm purely drafting because of how much I enjoy her in-ring style. I think that she's without a doubt one of the standouts on AEW Women's Division, and I've been saying this for multiple years at this point. She is actually an alumni of Ohio Valley Wrestling, being a 6-time women's champion there. She is also, believe it or not, a former member of the Straight Edge Society.
Oh, yeah.
And originally retired back in 2015, but is now back. I accidentally opened my editing software. Oops. But you know what? That's okay, because I personally have some very high expectations for one of the few submission specialists within the women's division. Overdrive Pride proudly selects Serena Deeb.
Wow, that's a phenomenal pick. I love Serena. Seeing her get her just desserts in AEW has been an absolute blessing. Former NWA Women's Champion as well. I'm very excited to see what she gets up to when she comes back from her hiatus. And with that being said, I feel like the only way to match a pick like that is to also go with a woman who's really good at submission. That being said, this woman, I feel like, has never truly gotten her just desserts in being called up to the main roster because she's been shackled with tag team partner, and useless feud after useless feud. She is a woman who had a very dominant run in NXT, beating the likes of Nikki Cross, Bianca Belair, Kairi Sane, Ember Moon. And the only woman that I can think of who really could give her a run for her money when it comes to being NXT Women's Champion is an earlier draft pick in Asuka. So that being said, I am proud to announce that Overdrive Glory selects the Queen of Spades, Shayna Baszler.
The one who carries Ronda Rousey on her back. I love Shayna. Disappointed in myself that I didn't get to her first. But I know you will make great use for her. She is absolutely one of the most underrated athletes on that entire roster. If you ask me, I think her problems go back to that fateful WrestleMania 36, where remember, she got called up in the Rumble and eliminated a shitload of people, and then got the chance to wrestle Becky, and, well, that ended up being a losing effort. Since then, she really has not been able to get hers again. Meanwhile, Ronda keeps getting opportunity after opportunity. Maybe this current tag champ run will launch Shayna somewhere. I really hope so. Because, goddammit, she is absolutely phenomenal. And that is a phenomenal pick.
Well, there are definitely some guys who I feel like will be making appearances who won't be drafted. That's what free agency pool is for.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll see. We still got a couple rounds to go, so you never know.
I mean, both of us have TV championships, so I mean.
Yeah, for sure. But with that being said, your next pick, I'm very curious to hear about that.
So here's the thing. I'm a little stuck because while I am building what I think is a pretty competent women's division right now, there is one guy who I feel that we've kind of forgotten about, and it kind of feels like even though he is one of the workhorses of WWE and has been his entire career, I feel people forget about just how good a wrestler this man is. This man has captured the highest prize in WWE 4 separate times. One time doing it at a rate faster than Goldberg, believe it or not.
Oh, okay, I know you're saying. Yeah.
He has been one of the most dependable workers in WWE for years. His partner went earlier. Ladies and gentlemen, I think that it's time that we give the leader of the Brawling Brutes, Sheamus, his due here in OCW, as we bring one of the hardest working men in professional wrestling to the Orange brand. And hey, he has the hair to match.
Yeah, for sure. Phenomenal thing. I wasn't even, I saw Sheamus, but I was like, Sheamus will go when Sheamus goes. Sheamus, not worried about it. This is definitely, I feel like, a very good place for him. I didn't want to see him fall to the third round. So I'm not mad at him. Sheamus is a phenomenal worker. Like you said, 4-time WWE champion. All those deserved. Former World Heavyweight champion as well. Beat Daniel Bryan in 18 seconds for that.
I thought it was
that
13.
Now, I want to say, no, it was 18. I remember following that. That was a very big thing when they made fun of me for it. Regardless, sucks to suck. But Bryan Danielson will never have to face that kind of humiliation ever again. That being said, I feel like the perfect counterfeit, because I agree, there are a lot of guys who are workhorses. I feel like this guy's a workhorse in AEW. He's currently on his New Japan excursion in the G1 Climax, a guy who I feel like definitely should have won more gold since he's been in AEW. A guy who likes to beat people up before his theme song even finishes. A guy with a phenomenal theme. And the only thing that truly stands out to me about this pick is that everyone in Glory will die, because Lance Archer, you are the ninth pick of the second round. Ninth pick of the second round is Overdrive.
Quite honestly, I think we put him on this draft simply for the theme song alone. The last time I saw him in AEW, when they got to the Everybody Dies part, is when he dove off of the top rope. So everybody dives, apparently.
Phenomenal wrestler, former WWE superstar as well, and I expect great things from him. Yeah.
Who is he in WWE?
I want to say he was also Lance Archer.
I mean, quite honestly, I was surprised that a lot of these people from Impact and AEW that you don't typically associate with WWE have WWE backgrounds. The fact that Serena Deeb,
he was Vance Archer in WWE. That's what it was.
But like the fact that someone like Serena Deeb like actually has like ties to like OVW and was actually like, I think she wrestled in NXT.
She's been training people. Honestly, I want to say, out of her initial OVW run, she's been a trainer her entire career, even while with WWE. Like, even during like the training and stuff. Yeah.
She was brought on as a trainer and was fired in 2020 due to COVID-19.
It's honestly probably the best thing that ever happened to her. Career resurgence for sure.
100%.
So yeah, I definitely feel like the other companies deserve some love, and you'll be seeing that in my next few drafts.
Gotcha. Well, let's see. I have 2 more picks left in this division. I'm sorry, left in this round. Trust me, when I'm on an actual house mic, I'm much more of a wordsmith than I am here. Just have to take my word for it, because you assholes weren't there. Anyways, you know, this is another one of those picks that I really feel should have been obvious from the get-go. As accomplished as the Horsewomen are, outside of maybe Charlotte, I feel it's kind of hard to say which one is truly the most accomplished.
Great pick.
But you know what? Ding dong, hello, it has finally hit me. Overdrive Pride opens its doors to Bayley, a woman who at one point was one of the Ultimate Women's Division baby faces, and then one night cut her hair, cut down her inflatables, beat Charlotte Flair, and then had a phenomenal SmackDown Women's Championship run that lasted from late 2019 all the way until the fall of 2020 when she lost it at Hell in a Cell. Ever since I started watching wrestling, which the first night I watched wrestling was when, well, not the first night, but one of the first nights I watched wrestling was when Bayley turned heel, and that has forever been imprinted into my mind. Bayley has reinvented herself when she's needed to. She has always found ways to stay relevant and to stay at the top of the card. She is the leader of Damage Control and Michael Cole's #1 hater. As I said, we open our ding-dong door to Bayley. Welcome to the Orange brand. We hope you enjoy your stay.
Okay, we don't matter that at all. Bayley is a Grand Slam champion. She's the first of the Horsewomen to do it, if I remember correctly. I was honestly probably going to take her at the beginning of the third round if she didn't go here. Because I've taken Becky and Charlotte. I figured I shouldn't take all of them, so I was leaving it up to chance, and then she was there to take her, but I'm glad she got picked.
Yep.
With that being said, there are a lot of guys still here available that I think have a lot of potential. And with that being said, I feel like it's time to fill out my tag division just a little bit more. Now again, there are certain guys who've already been claimed by us. Dibs will be revealed later in the draft. But with that being said, there is a tag team that I'm looking forward to signing the glory. With that being said, one is a former Olympian, the other is a former Money in the Bank.
No, you asshole! No, you shush your goddamn mouth right now.
And I will not shoot, sir.
You shush your goddamn mouth. No, that was my next pick. Fuck you.
Overdrive Glory probably selects. That's what's happening. Chad Gable.
God, Simon Gotch once referred to Chad Gable as hilariously talented. Chad had to rise above size as well as really, really shitty gimmicks just to get to where he is now. He is one of the most undervalued wrestlers in that entire company. But he also saved Otis from possible obscurity, because after the whole Mandy Rose relationship, it seemed they didn't really know what they wanted to do with it. But since then, Otis has just become a big bad wrecking ball, as well as kind of a male model, I guess. I mean, he'd be damn good at it. That is a team that has a very, very bright future, not only in this industry, but within our company as well. The only thing I ask is that you make sure they are a fixture in that tag division, because god damn it, they were gonna be a fixture in mine.
No, for sure. No tag team left behind here on Florida.
Well, that means I get these next two picks, and quite honestly, you threw a bit of a wrench in that, because those boys were my next pick. Piece of shit. Alright. Well, since I feel that this draft has just been about saying fuck you and stabbing each other in the heart, I'm gonna go ahead and do just that, because the fact that this guy, who has been a triple champion at one point in New Japan, the fact that he hasn't gone yet, the fact that you have somehow refused to pick him when you were the one to suggest him in the first place, is mind-boggling to me. I'm going straight evil with this next pick. Boom.
Fair. No, Evil's a phenomenal pick, former leader of the Bullet Club, when there was like the Splinter faction during the Daylight era, former IWGP heavyweight and Intercontinental champion, former never openweight 6-man tag champ. Great guy. I expect great things from you booking him. Evil, honestly, was somebody I wasn't worried about being picked, because I don't think you can book Japanese wrestlers. No offense. We'll see how that turns out. So I wasn't really worried about him being stolen, but clearly I was going to take him off, and it happened. But I look forward to you fumbling the bag, and then there being a massive overhaul in divisions when we realign them into near future. With that being said, that officially ends the second round, I want to say.
Yep, that's exactly it, and I mean, goddamn, I love this list of people too, man. But what made this so much harder is that once we got the real heavy hitters out of the way, then it was just like, well, fuck, the rest of these people could be heavy hitters too, but it's just it's like, ugh. Because I hate that you took Alpha Academy from me. I also hate that you fucking took Kevin Owens from me. But that directly resulted in me picking Sami Zayn, and you picking Alpha Academy resulted in me picking Evil. So this is very, very much the, you know what, fuck you, I'm going to take your pick kind of round. Even more so than the first round. But I also like how we built out our women's division a little bit in this round. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, about 4 straight picks were for the women's division. And actually, before we move on, let me see how mine's stacking up. See, Bailey, Serena Deeb, Baker, this guy.
There's still some solid women left for sure.
Oh, 100. Round 3 is going to be full of them. Alrighty, onwards now.
With that being said, I feel like the counter pick here is obvious. Captain of Team Kit, member of Damage Control, currently out with an ACL turn, inaugural NXT Women's Tag Team Champion, and Dusty Cup winner. Dakota Kai. Welcome to Overdrive.
That's a great pick. And as I said, I was really stuck between the both of them. So I think both of them had phenomenal careers in NXT. My Dakota Kai, absolutely great pick. One of the people.
Also, just realized that I just successfully split up damage control. Or rather, you successfully split up damage.
What are you talking about, me? This is a dual effort here, buddy.
No, bro. You picked Io. You picked Bailey. There was one left, and you said, nah, fuck her.
Why would I draft a faction when I can create a new faction? One with blackjack and male hookers. If we're talking about the women's division, it has to be male hookers. Oh, shit.
Oh,
okay, alright, Alright, well now, I'm still stuck, because now I'm stuck between a deluge of phenomenal AEW talent.
Mhm.
Of the three I'm looking at right now, only one of them has not won a major championship in her career, but was also one of the original high-profile detractors from WWE to AEW. I'm hoping that she still has a long and fruitful career behind her. Her name is named after her favorite band. Her destination is no longer unknown because she now belongs to the Orange brand. Overdrive Pride welcomes the Runaway, Ruby Soho. Ruby Soho.
Phenomenal pick. I love Ruby to death. Recently got a nose job because she got her face smashed. I feel like she'd come out better for it thanks to the Outcast. Really excited to see where that goes for her. Hopefully that turns back into a face turn when she wins the title from Tony. We'll see how that goes for sure. With that being said, however, you said something earlier about why would I draft a faction when I can just make a new one.
Mm-hmm.
And I
with blackjack and male hookers.
believe that yeah, but I however believe that if the faction is there, you should take them. And there's one faction left in the women's division that I feel very strongly about, who I felt was broken up way too early due to unfortunate circumstances. And I feel like this pick will also help me finalize my women's division besides one more pick. So I can kill not one, not two, but three birds with one stone. Toxic Attraction. Welcome to glory.
The faction that may have single-handedly revitalized the career of one Mandy Rose, but joining her are former tag team champions as well, and staples of NXT 2.0, JC Jane and Gigi Dolan. I gotta say, I like that pick. I do absolutely like that pick. My next pick is absolutely settled. And this will, I believe, if not complete, get close to completing my women's division. Give me former NXT champion Roxanne Perez for 500, please, Alex.
Not pick. I expect great things from Roxanne in the immediate future. I'm happy she got taken this early. So there's only a round left, but I definitely thought Roxanne and women of her current stature would definitely be fourth round picks. So that's wonderful to see. Your women's division is going to be very interesting in the immediate future. I definitely can see that. With that being said, I feel like there's one woman left to round out my women's division, and I hate that she fell this far. But sometimes life happens. And with that being said, I I would like to say that this woman is a impact staple, and she has been for the majority of her career there. She just recently lost an opportunity at the Impact Women's World Championship, and thanks to Mickey James' unfortunate injury, her and Deonna Purrazzo put on a phenomenal match. She is thick mama pump. She is married to the former ROH World Heavyweight Champion, one Jonathan Gresham, and I
Ooh.
expect great things for her on Glory. Glory proudly selects to round out its women's division one Jordan Grace.
Amazing Grace, how sweet the sound. Whew. I mean, again, just you cannot argue with just the amount of talent on this list, and this is where you have an experience not only with watching old school TNA, but still having some kind of vested interest in Impact really does come in handy, because you just gave an absolute 401 on this girl. She is the first Knockout Triple Crown winner, a two-time world champion, the inaugural digital media champion, and a one-time Knockout Tag Team champion. Jesus Christ, I'm sweating at how stacked both women's divisions are about to be. Jesus Christ. But you know what? I think that I'm going to make an impactful pick of my own. This is a man who has very recently come into his own as an Impact star. This was a man who originally, despite playing for a god-awful Syracuse football team in the mid-2000s, did well enough to get drafted to the NFL. And in fact started over 20 games, which is really nothing to sneeze at. You know, given how many wrestlers or football players that don't even sniff anything outside of a preseason. This man accomplished what Brock Lesnar couldn't do. This man accomplished what Roman Joe Reigns could not do. Over 20 games started, 60 games participated in overall, and since retiring from football, he has become a legend in his own right. He's big, he's bad, you might even say that he is an animal. Ladies and gentlemen, the Prideful Orange will proudly welcome one Moose to our
Moose chance on Glory. No, great pick. I love Moose. He's definitely starting to come into his own in Impact now that he's been able to be a focal point for sure. Former Impact World and Grand Champion, had a feud with Cody Rhodes over being Brandy Rhodes' friend for a little bit. I was interested to see. Beat Josh Alexander for the world title in front of his wife and child while they were in the ring. Crazy moment for sure. Definitely expect very interesting things from Moose over there on the Orange brand.
Was that when he cashed in the Feast or Fired?
Yeah, he won a Battle Royal, got the trophy, walked out after Josh had a hell of a match and said, "Hey, yo, bruh, run them high." I was offended for Josh. But yeah, no, unfortunately, Josh will not be getting that rematch here on Glory, but that's okay because I would like to give light to a guy who used to be the heart of 205 Live, a guy who had many great battles with the likes of Drew Gulak, Cedric Alexander, and Buddy Murphy. A guy who's trying very hard to have a career resurgence now that he is a free agent and had a phenomenal match with Gunther at Night of Champions just over a week and a half ago. One Mustafa Ali.
The former leader and possibly only good thing to ever come out of the faction Retribution. A man who was originally slated to be in Kofi's spot at WrestleMania before he got injured, leading to the advent of Kofi Mania, which I'm sure you have at least some mixed feelings about.
Yeah, no, for sure. It's weird. I love Mustafa. Like, when 205 Live got introduced after the Cruiserweight Classic, I was like, yo, cruiserweight wrestling's back in a very big junior heavyweight dive from New Japan Wrestling.
Mm-hmm.
So I was expecting great things for a lot of people. Seeing Kota Ibushi even like on WWE programming was crazy. I never thought I would do that. And then obviously he didn't sign because we signed with New Japan after the Cruiserweight Classic. But we got Rand Mr. Elite, we got TJ Perkins, we got Cedric Alexander, Mustafa Ali, obviously Johnny Gargano, Tommaso Ciampa, um, Gentleman Jack Gallagher before he turned out to be a douchebag, Enzo Amore. You know, I would love to see Cruiserweight Classic too, but I just don't think we're in an era for that to happen anymore, and that's really unfortunate. But I have very big plans for Mustafa and what I would like to call like the light heavyweights on my roster. There are a couple more guys I've got to draft, but yeah, mid card slash lower main event is going to be very interesting this week. So I can build some of these guys to be the main event talent.
Well, I feel like I might be taking one of those main event projects from you here, because this is a guy who, quite honestly, I am shocked was never made into a main eventer, because in his early days with the company, it looked like he was going to be just that. This guy was a staple of TNA and Impact Wrestling. This is a man who took NXT by storm, but yet for whatever reason seems to always be relegated to the tag division nowadays. And to me, that's not very glorious.
Yeah.
Which is why with the 5th pick in round 3, we will be taking the glorious and soon to be revitalized Robert Bobby Roode.
Well, I won't give in. I won't give in.
Glorious.
Great coach.
That will
I've
that
been
will
a
defend.
very big Robert Roode fan. Always has been. The Bobby Roode TNA era when he was with America's Most Wanted, and then Beer Money was a great time period for sure.
I love that name.
I
just love that name.
Yeah. Beer Money was a phenomenal tag team, had a great theme song. I'm so mad James Thorne never fully committed to NXT, which means he would have eventually got called up to the main roster because we could have got a Beer Money reunion. But hey, stuff happens. We've seen Robert very well in the tag team division. He's a former United States champion and NXT champion. I expect great things for him over on Pride. But thankfully, because this guy that I'm about to pick was actually who I was talking about because I wanted the duo, and you let me do it. So with that said, I've already drafted the heart of 205 Live. So I would like to complete the collection with the soul. Former Cruiserweight champion for over 180 days after beating Buddy Murphy for the title. Former member of the Hurt Business and Raw Tag Team champion. The guy who's married to a lovely woman who is a former member of the AEW roster and Big Swole. I wish her well in her endeavors wherever she decides to sign next. The one, the only, in the dark, knowing his theme song, which is a shame. Cedric Alexander.
You know I'm a pretty big mark for the Hurt Business, and the fact that Cedric wasn't launched into the stratosphere after they broke up is honestly shocking. You know, the dude put on. You talk about Buddy Murphy. That match happened in the pre-show to WrestleMania 34, if I'm not mistaken. And from what I understand, that was an absolutely phenomenal match. Let me pull up his fucking shit right here because I'm blanking. Like many on this list, he's somebody that we're honestly still kind of, befuzzled that he hasn't gotten anything better than a tag team title run. But hey, that's why we have OCW to begin with, because we want all of our favorites to succeed. But since we're on the subject of the Hurt Business, if you remember, Cedric's tag team partner was a man who at several different points in his career, had people asking, when is he going to win the big one? When is he going to be the main event star? This is a man who was the MVP of some of the earliest Money in the Bank ladder matches. I'm talking when these things were held at WrestleMania. This would likely be his only spot on the card those nights. And you know what he would do? He would go out and give it 110%. He's a multi-time mid-card champion, holding the IC title numerous times. 3 times to be exact. A one-time US champion, was part of the world's greatest tag team, capturing not only WWE Tag Gold, but also capturing gold in Ring of Honor. And he has also traveled all over the world. He's been in New Japan. He was also an All-American amateur wrestler at Minnesota, and is an alumnus of one of the greatest classes in Ohio Valley wrestling history. And quite frankly, there ain't no stopping me now. Pride has just secured one of its most underrated superstars in one Shelton J. Benjamin. I'm sure his mother is very, very proud.
The gold standard. With that being said, let's continue the train of guys who I feel like have just not truly gotten their fair shake. This is a guy who I was a big fan of on the independent scene when he was Uhaa Nation. He got to NXT, had a couple of really good matches, and then was immediately put into a championship opportunity with Finn Balor. Lost that match and then was called up the next night. Wasn't really a fan of that. He's kind of flailed his way through the main roster, won a couple of titles, leading to the United States Championship. Had a great moment at WrestleMania against Big E. Was started with a very random gimmick in which he returned to his roots and his Africanness, which I'm all about, but I feel like it's unnecessary, especially when he added the fake accent, which he has since dropped. He's currently still in NXT. No, actually, he's not. He just got redrafted to the main roster after a very random NXT run where he didn't really do a lot. And I think, with that being said, Apollo Crews has all the potential to be a main event player here on Glory. And I would like to help him reach that potential.
Crews was absolutely an MVP of the mid-card scene during the COVID pandemic. You know, he had his feud with the Hurt Business, got to be U.S. champion for a little bit, and then ultimately ended up being the sacrificial lamb for what began the greatest run in Bobby Lashley's wrestling career. But I agree with you, this is a man who is incredible. You look at how he goes in the ring, and quite frankly, I really don't think there's a performer in-ring quite like Apollo Crews nowadays. And the fact that he's just kind of whittled around doing nothing outside of the occasional mid-card title victory, I think is an absolute shame. I mean, they put this man over Big E in Big E's hometown for WrestleMania 37. I feel like there were plans, long-term plans, that ended up just not happening. And I don't even know where the fuck Commander Aziz is nowadays. Or did he become Shanky?
NXT again.
NXT again? Okay. I thought he became Shanky for whatever reason.
No, I want to say he jumped Apollo, and then they just never resolved that feud because Apollo got drafted.
Yeah, sounds like WWE booking. See, this is why OCW exists. We don't forget about storylines. We end them one way or another.
True.
How we end them, though, well, that's yet to be seen. There's still a good handful to pick from the women's division, but I think I'm gonna make one more pick for the male roster before going back. And you know what? I'm picking this guy mainly just because I like him so much. this is a man who has literally redefined himself everywhere he's gone. This is a man that has a truly unique approach to wrestling, combining wrestling with parkour. This is a man that should have beat the shit out of Austin Aries, but was too nice of a guy not to. This is a man who, unlike CM Punk, has actually won a real fight. He might change his name everywhere he goes, but there is nobody else out there quite like Johnny Overdrive.
I get it. That's the new name. All right. Okay. yeah.
And listen, this ain't no make-believe, baby. Johnny Overdrive is on the orange brand.
And former Tough Enough standout winner, actually.
Of Tough Enough 3, I believe.
Yeah, with the men's, I want to say. Guys won world championships everywhere but WWE and Lucha Underground, Impact, MLW, former multi-time tag champ, former three-time Intercontinental champion, has had many last names, including Mundo, Nitro, Morrison, and now Overdrive.
As well as Game Changer and Impact. Andy Lee.
I'm excited. Very excited to see what John comes up with. Very big fan. I love him and his wife Kaya. He's doing great things with AEW. I expect her and Chris Statlander to have a very interesting feud for the TBS title soon. With that being said, I feel like it's finally time to take a guy who has been away from the company for a couple of years now. He was part of the COVID releases, and his last big moment was at WrestleMania, where he captured the Raw Tag Team titles with his best friend, who had been on a 300-plus day losing streak. This man is an indie god. He has won world championships in NWA and GCW since leaving the WWE. He is collecting belts quicker than even Kenny by God Omega. Overdrive Glory is proud to select the man who officially murdered Zack Ryder. He won the only, always ready, Matt Cardona.
You snake, you absolute snake. I didn't think you had any interest in the Deathmatch King and the Indie God. I have absolutely fallen head over heels for this guy ever since he became an indie wrestler. I liked his work as Zack Ryder just because I loved the fact that he's one of the earliest wrestlers to really use outside social media, primarily YouTube, as a way to get over. And in fact, that ended up being so frowned upon that he got pushed off a stage and buried by Kane. A very shameful night.
Yeah, well.
But even then, he still managed to find success in WWE. As you said, he and his friend Curtis Axel became Raw Tag Team Champions practically out of nowhere at Mania 35. He also, at Mania 34, I believe, joined the IC title ladder match at the 11th hour, managed to climb the ladder, and managed to take the belt home, all complete with a bear hug from his dad. Truly an amazing moment. But since then, ever since getting released, he had a cup of coffee in AEW, and had another one in Impact, and then became Public Enemy #1 in GCW, turning their belt into a spinner belt, literally pulling off the do-rag look better than Vince McMahon ever could, and he is the final ECW television champion, taking it off of Rhino, who held the vacated belt for well over a decade and a half. I am jealous, but phenomenal pick, and I really hope that you treat him well, because otherwise, I will never forgive you for disrespecting the deathmatch god.
No, I have a lot of really good plans for my boy Zack.
And now, first of all, how dare you? But now, I'm going to go with what might just be one of the safer picks in this draft. I'm going to go ahead and select somebody who Wall is mostly well known for being a tag team guy, is somebody whose singles runs have honestly gone vastly underappreciated. A man who you cannot do WrestleMania without, even though they've done WrestleMania without him. A man who has redefined himself time and time again, whether he's riding a lawnmower or collecting big money. His wife is hot as shit, holy fuck, and he's one of the possible pioneers of the cinematic match. He's been broken, he's been awoken, and he's had an attitude. Ladies and gentlemen, the less problematic of the pair, Overdrive Pride, will gladly select Matt Hardy off the board.
Oh, Matt, love broken Matt. Him finding ways to always recreate stuff, but that's the one Matt Hardy, whether that's I'm gonna stab my brother in the back instead of the championship Matt Hardy, or that's drunken Matt Hardy, or that's woken Matt Hardy. No, definitely fun to see. I can't wait to see what shenanigans he gets up to over there on the Orange brand. But with that being said, I feel like there's an obvious caveat pick here for me to pivot to. But before that, some corruption. Cedric Alexander beat Mustafa Ali at 34 for the vacant cruiserweight title, not Buddy Murphy. Also, Zack Ryder won at Mania 32 for that ladder match, and then won the tag team titles with Kurt Hawkins at Mania 35.
Why did that
Just to make sure we do know what we're talking about. Yeah, we do know what we're talking about, but hey, that's a lot of wrestling. I'm watching this shit since I was like 6, and Steve's been watching like 4 years, but he's been in and out at moments. So we do know what we're talking about. Just wanted to make those corrections. But that being said, a guy who has had very interesting WrestleMania moments, good and bad. A guy who can indeed be a bit problematic at times, but is a fan favorite to specifically, millennials and then even more clearly, randomly, for some odd reason, the African American community, because everybody I know who's ever watched wrestling is a very big fan of this guy. Black people just love him, and then obviously like hardcore wrestling with his
why did we not put them together? Fuck.
Yeah, you don't get both. Former WWE champion, former Intercontinental champion. Actually, Jeff Hardy is indeed a Grand Slam champion. I want to say in the old and new format.
Well,
Shout out my boy.
he has WWE and World Heavyweight, I believe.
Jeffrey Nero Hardy, and he's also been European Light Heavyweight and Intercontinental. And in the new format, he's been Raw and SmackDown Tag Team Champion and United States Champion. Yeah, Jeff Hardy is the better brother when it comes to championships in wrestling. So, yeah, we will gladly take him and make sure there's a rehab facility just around the corner in the event. But I would like to believe that. You know what I'm saying?
I wasn't as fucking out with it.
Yeah, bro, we're open and honest with everyone. Boy, Jeff is a very I do believe Jeff Hardy's making strides. Real shit. I love Jeff. I always love Jeff. I feel like he's making strides to be a better person. He's mentioned out of AEW. He's kind of fucking up. I believe him. I really do. So with that being said, Jeff Hardy will be pushed like he's 2008 getting released yet.
Possibly the peak of his WWE career. Well, I wanted to draft both of them. Again, why we put them down as separate, I have no idea. But you know what? That's okay. Matt will be okay on his own. But I need some goddamn tag teams up in here. And really, the only reason why this tag team is still on the board is just because of how young they are. Both of them have had standout performances in AEW. Both of them look to have promising careers ahead of them. Both of them are in their early 20s. And as a tag team, they do have a legitimate pinfall victory over the greatest tag team to ever live, Generation Me, aka the Young Bucks. So you know what? I'm going with the Martin Brothers and Top Flight for my next pick.
Yeah, yeah, respect. I honestly forgot they were there. No, that's a goat pick, top flight. If they could just stay healthy, the ceiling for them is massive, 100%. And they're still young, so obviously, like these injuries suck. But I think it'll work out for them in the end.
Well, one of them injured their ankle really bad at
Yeah, no,
ROH, right?
Dante broke his ankle during the ROH ladder match for the title, so he'll be out for about a year. Darius is the one who gets injured most frequently. He's been out 3 separate times. While Dante was able to like find himself as a single star during the COVID era. So I'm really excited to see how Darius does now that Dante's went out for a extended period of time. He's been teaming with Action Andretti, who's a guy I wish we had added to the draft was a possibility because I love this theme song. Um, during ROH, so I'm really curious to see how they do as a tag team. But for now, I think OCW is the perfect place for the Martins to truly shine injury free.
Yes, sir. Hopefully.
With that being said, there's not too many guys left. So what I'm gonna do is I guess I will take yeah, we need some guys to just kind of be there. So with that being said, I will be taking only two members of this faction. I will be taking Cruz del Toro and what's Joaquin Wild's WWE now?
I think that is the WWE now.
Is it really?
I think
No,
so.
I swear. Alright, anyway, I'll be taking the tag team from Legado del Fantasma.
AKA
Yeah, right.
also known as the LWO, newly formed LWO.
Yeah, currently like I could take all I don't really want Julia. And I feel like Santos well like if Santos is there next pick I'll take him, but if not that's true. But I definitely feel like this was a moment for me to like bolster the tag team division a bit without having to make a bunch of tag teams. Oh yeah, I'll gladly draft half of Legado del Fantasma.
Alrighty. Give me 1 second.
Okay, there's Joaquin. Yeah, okay, alright. So Joaquin Wild and Cruz del Toro are now the newest members of Zucker. Because Cruz's name changed, so I didn't know if they changed his too.
Well, we are nearing the end of round 3, and while I think my women's division is fairly stacked, I still, there's still somebody up on this board that I think will be an integral piece. Someone who I think I can depend on as a workhorse of sorts. Someone who, if she's ever needed, and if, God forbid, we ever have to crown an interim women's champion, she'll be right there, ready to take on the field in the tournament. She is the longest reigning AEW Women's Champion. She's also a fairly prolific Japanese actress. She's a veteran of several overseas wrestling promotions, including Ice Ribbon Wrestling, Pro Wrestling Wave, and Oz Academy. It is with great pleasure that with our final pick of round 3, the Orange Brand will, and this is where the drum roll would come in, welcome Hikaru Shida to its women's division.
I'm not mad at it at all. That's a great pick. I honestly forgot about Hikaru. That's my fault. So I'll have to try and work something else. But it's not, what happens. But with that being said, I did say that if he was here, I would immediately take him because I didn't want to draft this action off it. I wanted to give you the opportunity. But since you didn't, Uh, I will gladly complete the faction here. Former NXT Cruiserweight Champion, a guy who is a second generation, guy who is a second generation superstar, uh, a guy with uh, all the potential in the world to be the next great Mexican superstar for the WWE. I thought that'd be Andrade, but it didn't happen. But I definitely think Santos has the potential. So that being said, uh, easiest pick of the draft so far for me, Santos Escobar. Welcome to the white brand.
I thought about it. I really did because I do like Santos a good deal. But you know what? I honestly felt like you'd be able to do better things with him than I ever could. So you know what? Congrats on yet another phenomenal pick. And with that being said, here are your results for round 3 of the OCW draft. And I will say, the fact that, the list was winding down as much as it was really made this round probably one of the hardest to draft. In previous rounds, you could always kind of tell that, one was pretty much always ready once the other was finished. But no, I had to do a lot of soul searching, had to do a lot of thinking for this round in particular. But I think we both, have found ways to round out not only our mid-card, but just round out the roster in general.
I agree for sure. I think round 4 is probably going to be the hardest because of who's left. And honestly, I'm probably going to grow script a good bit here because I feel like there are guys that we did mention that deserve spots over some of these other guys. And I honestly want to say the men's roster is about 90% done at this point. And I feel like my women's roster is stacked, so I might have one more women's pick. And then obviously there are some div picks that I feel like we should just fill out here to make it easier.
I may suck, but you just won't.
To open round 4, I would like to announce officially that all 3 members of the New Day, Xavier Woods, Kofi Kingston, and Big E, Langston, because I am giving him his last name back, are proud members of Overdrive Glory, along with the limitless one, Heath Ledger.
Now, part of the
All 4 men will be booked to the absolute moon in the coming months, and I'm excited to see what happens.
These were men who we mutually agreed would go to Overdrive Glory. In exchange, I got dibs on a superstar of my own, and I was also allotted the first pick, and I think that was very much worth it in the end. But I will say, you have told me time and time again how you would book the New Day. And I feel, as I said, you could do so much more with them than I ever could, which is why I entrusted the new Day in your hands. Then for Keith Lee, you just mentioned him one day, and I was like, okay, you can have him if I can get my guy who I wanted. I called dibs on a man who might soon become the most over man in wrestling. A man who's being compared to The Rock in terms of mic skills and getting that crowd reaction. A man who was a $1 million champion. A man who had a gimmick that was so reviled that he switched back to a gimmick that already had people kind of questioning it. But he seems to be carving out his own path. Only time will tell. But ladies and gentlemen, with my dibs pick, Overdrive Pride proudly welcomes possibly the face of the singles division, outside of, Seth Rollins and Kenny Omega. One L.A. Knight. Yeah! And the people are going to be excited for L.A. Knight's arrival.
All right, with that being said, who has the first pick in the actual beginning of the 4th round?
You do.
Okay, cool. Ricochet. Done deal. Boyfriend of the greatest female ring announcer we've had since, in my opinion, Lillian Garcia. No offense to the JoJo fans. Samantha Irving is killing the game right now. Ricochet is a former United States champion. I expect big things from him in the future. Ricochet is the only man to complete the mid-card Triple Crown, which is the NXT North American Championship, United States Championship, and the Intercontinental Championship. He's also the winner of the SmackDown World Cup, which got him a rematch for that Intercontinental Championship. And he's a Dusty Rhodes Classic, Tag Team Classic winner. Obviously, while in Lucha Underground, the big Lucha Underground guy, as I said before, as Prince Puma, he's a former Lucha Underground World Champion. And I want to say a Lucha Underground Trio Champion with Dragon Azteca Jr. and Rey Mysterio. I have big plans for Ricochet. Again, I'm going to rebuild 205 Live from the ground up inside Overdrive Glory, and I feel like he'll be a very good part of that.
Sorry, but no. Ricochet is another one of those people that, I mean, every time he steps in the ring, that athletic ability just oozes out of him. I mean, you look at his stuff in NXT main roster, like, you put him with another acrobat, like, you put him with somebody like John Morrison. Some of Morrison's best matches came with Ricochet before Morrison was out of WWE. Or there was his match with motherfucking Logan Paul at the Rumble, where they both just dove and hit each other. Like, that shit probably hurt. You know, Ricochet might just be one of the best athletes in all of WWE. I'm gonna go ahead and try to finish up who's still on the list. And there is something that you said earlier that struck me. For even though you have 3/4 of Legado del Fantasma, you seem to not really want its fourth and sole female member. And quite frankly, I'm offended. Which is why the Orange brand is going to welcome Miss Zelina Vega, former Queen of the Ring, with absolute open arms.
That's cool. I ain't mad at Zelina. I just felt she wasn't necessary because I feel like my Wednesday division is stacked. But since we're trying to finish the list, there is one more woman I have my eye on. She is a former AEW Women's Champion. She's also one of the top 10 women's wrestlers currently on the planet, according to Sports Illustrated. That being said, she is also a member of the Outcast, Jamie Hayter. Welcome to glory.
Up until only very recently, she was the AEW Women's Champion, losing it to Toni Storm, who, probably very much deserved it as well. To go off topic a little bit, I really don't like how Double or Nothing handles those women's matches. I really don't.
No, that's completely fair. I get it.
I mean, at least for the Jamie Hayter match, it made some kind of sense. Got jumped beforehand, by Tony's group and everything. But the fact that you don't save Statlander and Cargill for All In is an absolute crime to me. Because I actually do think that could have been a pretty good money match. And it like, literally, you could have just changed... Championships could have changed hands there. Like, just... Because I don't know how they're going to book All In, but that's an easy just match where it could be like, all right, you know what? We're going to have a new champion, like, right here. Like, dude, at Wembley... a major streak coming to an end in a championship changing hands like that, that's big. Those are literally the kind of matches and moments that you save for big events like this. And I'm really surprised with how they ended up booking it at Double or Nothing. Alright, anyways, this will be my final pick for the women's division. I am very surprised that you have not picked her up. Not only was she a mainstay and also deserved better in WWE, being a 5-time women's champion, But she's also managed to find herself outside of WWE in Impact. But even then, she couldn't stay away for long, as she became the first Impact champion to make an appearance at the Royal Rumble. Ladies and gentlemen, the Queen of Hardcore Country, Mickie James, will round out the Pride Women's Division.
Mickie James is a phenomenal pick. I love Mickie. Phenomenal women's wrestler. She's a 5-time champion at minimum in both companies she's been in, Impact and WWE. She's currently, booking in NWA. Legend for sure. Love her to death. But with that being said, I feel like at this point I have to complete the bloodline. It's right there. Solo Sikoa has not been picked. I need the former NXT North American champion. I need street champion for glory.
I mean, only time will tell. Only time will tell with how much of a star Solo is going to be. But I do not think you can get a better rub in the WWE than Solo is getting right now. Pretty much being picked over his brothers to be, as Roman's right hand man. And as of late, it seems that he's been the only reason why Roman's been winning absolutely any of his matches. That Samoan Spike is absolutely fucking deadly. But now that we're here at the end of the roster and need some spaces to fill, we have consulted the free agent market and now have selected another small pool of competitors who we, unfortunately, because we're stupid, completely overlooked for one reason or another. While I do have 3 dedicated tag teams, and I can always make more, it really does pain me that we forgot about one of the finest tag teams over the past couple of years. Through the COVID era, they managed to stay relevant. In the new era, they managed to stay relevant. Even with the Usos hogging all of the tag team glory, these two guys have stayed together, and both of them have become mega over, with many wanting to see both of them at this point possibly go into singles runs, but that is something to determine later. But for now, we take them together. In Overdrive Pride, the Street Profits are up, and we have the smoke. Thank you.
Triple Crown Tag Team Champions. Unfortunately, they just kind of fell to the bottom of the list, so I'm glad to see them go in the 4th round instead of continuing to be free agents. I expect very big things from your tag team division with them. And I think a great counter pick to these guys would be a team that honestly probably shouldn't be a team, but they are, because they're in a faction together, and that faction has been killing the game on Monday Night Raw. They've got Dominic Mysterio. They've got the SmackDown Women's Champion Rhea Ripley, and they've got 2 guys who definitely will be World Heavyweight Champion in the future, but technically they are indeed a tag team, so I think this is going to be the steal of the 4th round, maybe even the whole draft. Glory selects Damian Priest and Finn Balor. Judgment Day.
Damian Priest coming off a World Championship opportunity against Seth Rollins, and of course, as we know, Finn and Seth have a lot of history, with Seth nearly killing Finn's entire career. Only time will tell where that feud is going to go. But really, you cannot get any bigger than the Judgment Day. I think there was a lot of hesitancy when they first came on the scene, especially after they kicked out their leader Edge so quickly. But the fact that Judgment Day has managed to stick around and is currently going stronger than ever, with not only some of the most talented people in the business right now, but also a blossoming young superstar in Dominic Mysterio. Honestly, the sky is the limit, not just for Balor and Priest, but that entire faction, which is why I drafted Rhea Ripley so early, because really when you look at it, Rhea is a complete package. But that's not possible without the help of the Judgment Day and the rub that being in that faction has given to her.
Yeah, absolutely. absolutely. All four of them are immediate future stars in the next year or two. I can't wait to see what Dominic gets up to when he's in his 30s because he's 24 right now. A lot of potential there. Same thing with Priest, even though he's a little bit older. And obviously, Finn Balor will be at the top of the card wherever he goes.
Now, I am going to round out my tag division with a tag team that probably isn't quite as good as this pool of free agents that we have in front of us, but have been one of my favorites to watch, not just from a wrestling standpoint, but really from an entertainment standpoint. It is a shame that in the real world, which we will now call an alternate universe, it's a shame that how in an alternate universe his career might soon be over. But in the virtual world, their run is just beginning. Ladies and gentlemen, I hear voices in my head, bro. RK Bro will round out our phenomenal tag division here on the Orange brand.
Yeah, solid pick for sure. Randy Orton is the Hall of Famer 2 times over. Matt Riddle, as much as I personally don't like him, has a lot of things going for him. Definitely a tag team that I'm low-key missed from the COVID era. Sure, Randy's a 14-time world champion. Off that alone, he's phenomenal. He's also a pretty decent mid-card guy, and he's won tag team championships with multiple partners. Riddle is kind of finding his footing, and I'm very curious to see what happens when he gets his first major singles push. And we'll see how it turns out for sure. Now, to piggyback off that, there's one more tag team that I'm very interested in seeing because this is where I start to go younger to plan for the future of Glory. That being said, these guys are former NXT Tag Team Champions. They could be called diamonds in the rough, you know? Former members of Diamond Mine. Give me the Creed brothers.
You're going to have to fill me in because I actually know very little about these guys.
The Creed brothers are a tag team that Broderick Strong kind of adopted as his own. They're both amateur wrestlers, and they're pretty good. They work singlets. They go to Hole 9. These are like nail fighting, good old fashioned punch you in the mouth of grappling. I could definitely see them following FCR in the way in the future. They honestly kind of remind me of the Steiner brothers. Shout out Braun Breaker. I definitely think they have the potential to be very, very good tag. The New Day recently said during their NXT run that was one of the tag teams they wanted to work with besides Pretty Deadly. And I just think the brothers, Julius and Julius and I don't remember Brutus. Julius and Brutus, which is funny, man, have a lot of potential. Diamond Mine was a very interesting faction while I was in NXT. Obviously, Roger Stone's doing pretty well for himself in AEW currently. But these guys had solid showings during their 2 times in the Dusty Cup, and I expect great things from them in the coming months as an up-and-coming tag team with potential.
You know, I guess everything's all right. But again, the biggest question in all of this is what if, which is the question that OCW aims to answer, is what if. And speaking of what if, this wrestler might be one of the bigger what ifs on this entire board. He's also one of the most underrated, which is why he wasn't even on the draft board to begin with. This is a man that found great success in the very early days of TNA. And while he has found his own success and carved out a path for himself in the WWE, many people feel like his run could have and should have been a lot different from what it ended up being. But I think his current run, also shows just how talented of a guy he can be. If he can't be as serious as he can be, well then he'll just be the funniest motherfucker to ever step inside a squared circle. In his 40s, but still doing it. Actually, might be in his 50s now. He is one talented son of a bitch. He is the truth. Ron the Truth Killings is a member of the Orange Brand, and that is what is up.
Great. Love Truth. His NWA World Champion slash WWE. Speaking of TNA legends and guys who really got their start during the early time period, I feel like the obvious pick here is the phenomenal one, AJ Styles. His resume doesn't need to be spoken about. He's a Grand Slam champ everywhere he's been. And he speaks for himself. I can't wait to see what he gets up to in Glory.
You know, with the amount of times that we said phenomenal, it's amazing it took us this long. But that's what happens when you need more roster space. But, as we've said many times before, absolutely phenomenal pick, good sir. And I'm going to go ahead with my next pick, and that will be... I really do not know how to introduce this guy, as it feels like sometimes WWE doesn't even know what they want to do with this guy. He has one of the longest and to some most tedious theme songs in the entire company, but when it comes to presentation, when it comes to character work, this guy absolutely has everything and more. I'm pretty sure that guys want to be him, and as much as women want to get with him, he already has the woman. I am jealous. He gets that OnlyFans for free. Ladies and gentlemen, good old Killer Cross is now a member of the Orange Brand.
I was wondering where you would go with him. Okay, no. Solid pick. Arian has been a very interesting character in WWE from an NXT champion, dominant showing, but he's kind of fumbled since then. So I'm really curious to see how he gets booked in five. He's been a couple other places, but nowhere has really stood out to me as much as his NXT run. And so again, I hope you book him well.
I'm not gonna book him that fucking Crucible bondage gear that they had him in. Jesus Christ.
Good point.
He was pinned as NXT champion, for God's sake.
Yeah, dominant one at that. We at Gloria again are looking towards the future. I'm going to take a former NXT North American champion, a guy who merged the NXT Cruiserweight Championship with that title, and he is the current NXT champion after successfully defeating one Braun Breaker. Say hello to Gloria, Carmelo Hayes.
I'll never forget this guy's performance in the NXT Breakout Tournament near the end of Black and Gold's original run. I mean, this guy really fits the bill of the modern day wrestler. He's someone who's very quick, very agile, loves doing the flippy shit, and as far as I've seen through my limited knowledge of current NXT, he has absolutely been killing it. But you want to know another guy who's been killing it? Somebody who I really thought was probably going to be dead in the water, but has instead gone from a tag specialist to a really, really long reigning and constantly fighting North American champion. Ladies and gentlemen, one half of NXK, Mr. Wes Lee, is joining the fray.
Not mad at him at all. Shout out Wesley. He's been killing the game. He's very close to being the longest reigning NXT North American champion of all time. I want to say he's about a week and a half away from breaking Velveteen Dream's record.
Mm-hmm.
What a waste of time that guy was. But with that being said, I feel like we need some good old veteran experience on this roster, and I have two options. Both of their names start with T, but there's one guy who I feel deserves this more than another. He's a former NXT Tag Team Champion, and he is the first ever and longest reigning left, right champion. Recently unifying to become undisputed left right champion on the up down down channel against Shayna Baszler. He is gorgeous. Welcome to glory, Tyler Brewer.
The man who had the honor of wrestling Houston Thunder Liger himself. You know, I only ever got to see his work with Fandango as part of Breezango, but the amount of effort and just character that those two put into their work was absolutely phenomenal. I'll never forget when they ripped off Imperium's theme and just became Emporium. That shit was absolutely hilarious. And hopefully you can right the wrong of 0 singles titles.
Oh, absolutely.
But then again, there's a lot of rights, or there's a lot of wrongs that we are going to have to right in this company. Jesus.
I agree.
And you know, speaking of righting wrongs, if drafting him is wrong, then I don't want to be right. Who knows where his career in an alternate universe and in this universe is going to go? But when it comes to solid, dependable workers, I really don't think it gets any better than the show-off himself, Ziggler to Wiggler, Dolph Ziggler.
Multiple time Intercontinental champion, former 2-time World Heavyweight champion, and Money in the Bank winner. Guy who never really truly has gotten his stop because it's always been stop and start with him. Former NXT champion, elevating, in my opinion, Braun Breaker's title reign and not be boring as shit.
Mm-hmm.
Love Dolph, former male cheerleader as well. So I'm very curious to see how Lawrence Ray handles Dolph Ziggler.
Which member of the Spirit Squad was he?
Yeah. This is the actual name. So yeah.
And don't forget, it was thanks to the Spirit Squad that Vince McMahon has a pinfall victory over Shawn Michaels and God.
Yeah.
What a fucking match.
Was the penultimate pick of this draft. There we go. Nice sound for it. With the penultimate pick of this draft. I'm gonna take a guy who I feel like is about to get a very strong push in the near future now that he's on the Raw brand and the World Heavyweight Championship exists. A guy who was the final opponent of the great Muta. A guy who is one of the greatest Intercontinental champions in any company in history. A guy who really transcends championships, but definitely needs more. He has one of the best theme songs in professional wrestling, and I'm glad to see it back. The King of Strong Style. Shinsuke Nakamura.
Well, now. I think I spelled that wrong. Oh, well.
SUKENAKAMURA.
His last name is too long to fit in the graphic, so I'm just gonna do Shinsuke N.
That's solid.
Okay. Do I want to pick him? You know what? Yes, I do, because there really is no other professional wrestler quite like this guy. He may not exactly look like it at first glance, but this man is probably one of, if not one of the best brawlers I have ever seen. This is a man that took the current Intercontinental Champion to the limit multiple times, and the second time around was able was able to conquer the Beast and capture one of the more elusive titles in WWE, the NXT UK Championship, and he's coming off of a recent banger with one Dijak. Ilya Dragunov is my penultimate pick for this draft. I pray to God I spelled his name right, because I really don't know how to spell his first name. I can't tell if it's 2 I's or I-L. I don't like how lowercase L just looks like I.
ILJA.
ILJA?
And then drag. ILG. And then drag,
Oh, I forgot the G.
UNLV. Yeah.
We don't have money to pay graphics people, folks. That's why I'm having to do it myself. But that's also why I'm so goddamn good at what I do. Because I wear many hats, and I wear them with pride.
That's my last pick. I feel like I need veteran presence. When I say veteran presence, I mean veteran presence that's to the utmost of its ability. A guy who has won over 30 championships in WWE, not including the 24/7 title, which made Truth break his record. So 31 actual championship reigns that are more than a day long. He is a WWE Hall of Famer. He unfortunately had to retire as world champion because of neck injuries, but has since come back and has been on a tear, even though he has not won a single major championship since. He is the rated R superstar. You think you know him, but you don't. Edge.
His return at the Royal Rumble was probably one of the greatest Rumble returns of all time. Just even thinking about the pop he got from the crowd that night sends chills absolutely down my spine. And you are right. Ever since he's come back, he's done nothing but put on phenomenal matches. Many people thinking that one of his worst matches was his first one back, when he did the Last Man Standing match with Randy in the Performance Center. And quite honestly, I thought that was actually a pretty good match. But that's besides the point. He's had legendary feuds, not only with his own group, the Judgment Day, but also with Seth Rollins. I got to see him come out as Brood Edge at SummerSlam a couple years ago, and that was fucking awesome. His merch still looks really fucking good, by the way. And quite honestly, he makes me feel... Oh yeah, actually, no, I'm not gonna finish that because I was probably about to fuck up the lyrics. Anyways, but you know what? I'm gonna pull out a bit of a wild card.
Okay.
Somebody who I don't think any of us really thought about before this draft started. But you know what? This is a man who lives in the shadows to begin with. So I think he will forgive us. He is one of the biggest missed opportunities in the WWE in the past 5-10 years. He was almost a missed opportunity in AEW, but is now riding high with one of AEW's premier stables. We welcome the leader of the House of Black as the final pick in the inaugural annual OCW draft, as the Orange brand welcomes the leader of the House of Black to the House of Orange, Mr. Malachi Black.
What do you think? I'm not mad at it. A former NFC champion, a former Dusty Cup winner. Guy has had several amazing matches with a lot of people. I expect great things from him. I want to say he's still currently one half of the PWG Tag Team Champions with Brody King. He's also 1/3 of the House of Black and the AEW Trios Tag Team. One day I do believe I'll see him host the main event World Heavyweight Gold. Whether that's in AEW or return to WWE, will yet to be seen.
I think all of them at some point are going to be holding gold.
For sure.
If it's not Malachi, I think it'll go Malachi, and then it has to be Brody next, because Brody is just too good of a big man not to be holding championship gold at some point.
Agreed. Singles gold, because we're trying to stand from
Trios champs.
Super. Trios champs. Yeah. Singles gold is in their very near future, I do believe.
But with all of that,
with that being said, great draft.
Phenomenal draft. Let's just take a quick look through every single round. Number 1 and 2 of the just best superstars in the world right now on the WWE side of things, Seth Rollins and Cody Rhodes. But then you have the rest of the elite going in the top 5, as well as the bloodline. Jesus, I mean, you look at every single round, and I really think that once you get past like our top 3 picks, I feel like this draft really could have gone like any way. I feel like there's at least 1 or 2 people in every single round that could have been a first round selection. And even then, when we had to look into our pool of free agents at the very end, even I was having trouble picking people.
Yeah, I agree for sure. There were definitely 2 tag teams I felt could have been drafted that weren't, and I'll definitely be using the free agency pool to kind of play around a little bit, see what I like and dislike. But I'm very happy with all of my picks except maybe 1. But even then, that 1 pick I feel has a lot of benefits for me, and not the immediate future, but in a couple months in universe for sure.
Oh, golly. I mean, I have a lot of work that I need to do with this roster. It's honestly daunting. But you know what? I'm the motherfucking manager of champions, so you know what? I'm going to be the booker of champions, because there is no doubt in the back of my mind that the Orange brand is going to be the superior brand in this virtual wrestling promotion, because I am Stanley Brewer, and everything that I touch turns to gold. And that is just a fact of life, my friend.
That's a huge catchphrase, Stanley. But I just want you to know that with over 20 plus years of wrestling experience, Elias Thorne and the Overdrive Glory brand will be bringing thunder. And I hope you're ready, because this is one storm you will not survive. The best of luck, Stanley, to you and the Orange brand. Because always and forever, we're better than you, and everyone knows it. Good night, ladies and gentlemen.
Words said by the man who failed to draft MJF. This is gonna be fun.
Or did I let you draft MJF knowing that you'd bury him into the ground and he'd come crawling to the superior brand? Cheaper.
There's no way, even with your 4 eyes, that you would have that amount of foresight.
We shall see. We shall see.
Up shit. I knew I would do that. If you thought it was over after all of that, you guys have zero faith in this company. Now, allow us to reintroduce ourselves. You should know who I am by now. But in case you don't, my name is Stanley Brewer. I am the manager of champions. I am one of the founders of Overdrive Championship Wrestling, and I am one half of the undisputed kings of commentary. And I'm kind of a big deal. And joining me tonight is my partner in crime, my yin to my yang, my Corey Graves to my Michael Cole. One Mr. Elias. Your contract says Thorne, but you wrote it in Crayola crayon, so I don't know what the fuck your last name is.
Ladies and gentlemen, as the other half of the Kings of Commentary, undisputed champions of the world of commentary, watch out Pat McAfee and Michael Cole. Elias Thorne is the government name. You can call me Eli. Yes, the contract currently says Thorne is a miscommunication, but it's all good, because whether my last name is Storme or Thorne, whether we bring thorns because we're a rose and we grow from concrete, or whether we bring the lightning because we're the storm that's going to take over the world and overdrive. It doesn't matter because we breathe excellence here on Glory, and I can't wait to see the night's cards for the official draft show. Ladies and gentlemen, you will see tonight the absolute peak of professional wrestling, and I have to give Stanley his credit because his roster is stacked, but they're no Glory.
And that's going to be the closest thing to a compliment he is going to give me all night, but that's okay. I give myself all the compliments I could ever need. But let's go ahead and get into the card for tonight's festivities. All right, let's get the music playing right here. So, to kick off our festivities, we have a prideful Women's Championship qualifier as Bayley will take on Dr. Britt Baker, DMD. The winner of that will go on to the Women's Championship match at our first ever pay-per-view, Wrestle Mayhem. More on that later. But then going to the Glory side of things, it is Carmelo Hayes joined by Trick Williams as he'll go against Mustafa Ali in an International Championship qualifier. But the kicker is, every International Championship match that is one-on-one is a 2 out of 3 falls match. Then after that, it's tag team action time as the Young Bucks go up against RK Bro in a prideful tag team championship qualifying match. And then we have our first qualifying match for the Overdrive World Heavyweight Championship over on Glory, as Heart and Soul Johnny Gargano will go up against one of the greatest heels this business has ever seen, and Michael Mizanin, aka The Miz. That'll mark our halfway point, and then me, Stanley Brewer, owner of the Better Orange brand, will announce the inaugural card for next week's inaugural Overdrive Pride. And then right after that, 3 men will compete for a spot at Wrestle Mayhem for the top prize on Overdrive Pride, the Pride and Joy of the Galaxy itself, the Galactic Championship, as Seth motherfucking Rollins, the Tomato Man Tommaso Ciampa, and Maxwell Jacob Freeman will duke it out in the United States bracket. And then after that, Cody Rhodes Solo Sikoa, a grudge match in the making, and this time there's a lot more at stake. It is an opportunity at the World Heavyweight Championship. Then in our semi-main event, Hangman Adam Page, excusez-moi, will go up against Moose in a United States Championship qualifier. One of these men will move on and take one of the 4 spots in the Wrestle Mayhem United States ladder match. And then after that, Elias will announce, it's supposed to say Storm, not Thorne. He will announce the inaugural card for the lesser brand Overdrive Glory. And then in our main event, he had to pay me off big time to make this happen. It is the Break the Ceiling ladder match between Miro, Kevin Owens, Matt Cardona, and Finn Balor. Now, Eli, I want you to go ahead and explain the concept of Break the Ceiling to the people out there.
And foremost, don't appreciate that shot, but let's see what happens. The better brand speaks for itself. Second, what an absolutely stacked card we have tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Getting into the Break the Ceiling ladder match, it goes like this. You've heard of Money in the Bank, you've heard of Feast and Fire. Well, the concept is the same. However, the difference is that Break the Ceiling will occur on Overdrive Glory once every 6 months. Once you compete in Break the Ceiling, you are no longer qualified for Money in the Bank that year, which gives more people opportunity. However, caveat being, with Break the Ceiling, unlike Feast or Fire or Money in the Bank, is that your cash-in will be announced 2 weeks prior, which means you will be going into this match with a prepared champion. You have to prove that you are worthy of obtaining glory and becoming the champion of your choice. With that being said, every man in this match have no doubt whatsoever in believing that they have the power to announce that, call their shot, and to succeed. Because none of these men, in my opinion, miss when they shoot their shot.
And quite honestly, those are all 4 men I would have wanted for my brand, especially Kevin Owens and always ready Matt Cardona. I also love the diversity between brands here. You have AEW, WWE, and Impact all being represented But ladies and gentlemen, enough talk. It's time for the moment you've all been waiting for. Let's get things kicked off. Right here. Let's get the audio back on.
All right, so for the opener tonight, we have a very interesting match. We have two people who I believe have very, very interesting futures ahead of them here in round 5. Bailey obviously is a veteran at this point. She's wrestled for the WWE for several years, former NXT Women's Champion. She has successfully completed the Grand Slam. And her opponent tonight, Dr. Britt Baker, obviously, outside of being a dentist, has almost single-handedly carried AEW's women's division for the past 2.5 years through the COVID era. Who do you have going into tonight's match, Stanley?
See, quite frankly, I don't know. The reason I wanted to book this match is because I believe that both of these women are some of the best women on the roster in each of their respective businesses. Bayley, of course, has carried the roster on her back multiple times throughout her career, and as you just stated, Britt Baker pretty much was the heart and soul of that AEW's women's division as it went through its growing pains. And Britt has one of the greatest matches in AEW history. Bayley has one of the greatest matches in WWE history on NXT in her epic NXT title bout with Sasha Banks. I am very curious to see who's going to win here. Both very much experienced women. Who knows what the hell is going to happen, but hey, that is the beauty of Overdrive Championship Wrestling. You put 2 stars in the ring, you never know what the fuck's going to happen. But I could not think of a better opening contest for tonight than 2 of the baddest women on the planet. And no, Ronda Rousey's not coming to this promotion. Fuck that.
No, absolutely. No Ronda or Brock allowed here. With that being said, Britt obviously appears to be the underdog in this situation just based solely off Bayley's experience. I believe Britt's sheer grit and determination can put her forward in this match. I don't have a personal stake in this because obviously I want your brand to fail. I don't care who's
Well, it's not going to fail. This is going to be a 4-star match. I'm calling it right here. If not 3-star. I don't think these women could do anything below a 3. Well, unless you're Meltzer.
Yeah, I definitely.
But fuck Meltzer. Meltzer's not here.
I personally, this match goes over 5 minutes, and 100% I think Bayley will get this done in under 2.5 minutes.
Well, we will see. Ladies and gentlemen, we are underway here in OCW.
As you see, Bayley is taking the early lead in this match. She's already got Britt on the ropes. See what she goes for here.
Whoa. Oh my goodness, absolutely destroyed her. Going for the early pin. Cover here.
And then over already. 1, 2.
And that, not gonna lie, I shit my pants for a second there, but thankfully Britt kicked out, and we go on.
Britt Baker definitely wasn't expecting such an opening move to be that strong. Clearly, she was unprepared, but the 2 count is a 2 count. Bayley is currently in control.
I have not seen this hot a start from Bayley in a long time, but she was showing just how much she wants to dominate this women's division. I'm sure she's fairly upset that she was not the first woman selected, nor was even selected in the first round. Bayley, who has done just about everything that you can do in WWE in the women's division, she absolutely has a chip on her shoulder right now.
Absolutely.
And Britt now trying to show off.
Unfortunately for Britt, that fails because showboating is not what we do here in Overdrive.
Here we go, Bayley going for the cover again, and this time he kicked out at 1.
Bayley has definitely taken full control of this match so far. Hopefully Britt can make that come around. But it appears that my prediction so far is correct. Bayley seems to be trying to end this match in the first 2.5 minutes.
And Bayley now taking her time to screw with Britt after Britt tried to show off right in her face. And Bayley working on that left knee now, refusing to relinquish any control in this match, which she is a member, or I guess was a member, of Damage Control, wearing the gear tonight to honor her faction in an alternate universe. And Bayley just absolutely taking it to Britt Baker right now. And this is getting pretty ugly.
Yeah, this is I'm gonna watch. Knowing when Britt.
Oh, Britt rolls out now.
I don't know if oh.
And Britt throwing punches now, trying to regain control. Oh, and knocks
There we
Bayley
go,
down.
Britt. hell of an elbow to knock out Bailey. Britt now taking advantage, finally being in control of the match, kicking Bailey in the face. David Daniel Bryan.
And here we go. Britt now. She's getting hot.
Britt with the combo.
Ducks that. And oh, my goodness.
Britt Baker
And
has
Bailey's stunned in the corner now, going for a splash, and she misses. And Bailey, I don't know what she was doing here, but Britt looking to take control. Off the rope there she goes! Stomp to the face! Is that going to be it? Here's the cover. And Bailey kicks out, and we are already at 2.5 stars for this match. That was an epic sequence by Britt. She has absolutely regained control here. Bailey now attempting to roll out the ring, and does. Trying to compose herself. Britt, I don't think she's going to give her a break. Is she going to go flying? Yes, she does!
Oh. It doesn't look like Britt seemed to get all of Bailey on that. However, Britt seems to have recovered quickly after landing on her ass. However,
but Bailey is down.
Fully take control of this match.
Here we go. The referee now at the count of. At least he's taking his sweet-ass time. I think the ref forgot how to count. He got to 3 and completely gave up. Oh, he skipped 4 and went to 5. But now back in the ring, so the count does not matter. And here we go. Bailey now. Oh! Bailey to belly! Here's the cover! And Britt kicks out of the Bailey to belly!
What a...
And she is back on her feet. Bailey now absolutely plants her foot near the rope. Is Bailey going to drag her away? Yes, she will. Oh, but she might have taken too much time. She might have missed her opportunity. Here's the cover. And no, that will be it. And Bailey is victorious, and she is going to Wrestle Mayhem to fight for the Prideful Women's Championship. That was a fast but very ferocious match. That was a match of absolute momentum, and Bailey ends up taking home the victory in the end. I think that was a great way to open up Overdrive Championship Wrestling.
No, absolutely. As a very proud member and one of the founding fathers of Overdrive, I am happy to see that this match went as well as it done. Bailey getting it done in record time. Currently the fastest match in the history of Overdrive Wrestling.
By an absolute technicality.
That one, but this is a match I am absolutely looking forward to. Carmelo Hayes, former NXT champion, obviously relinquishing that title once he signed here at Overdrive, going against one Mustafa Ali, former member of Retribution. This match, I feel like, is a very good start to the International Championship scene and the revival of guys under 225 pounds.
This really
Obviously, Carmelo has Kurt Williams in his corner, so we'll see how that plays into this match.
This is an absolutely interesting as fuck matchup to me, because you have Mustafa Ali, who for years has been one of the best high flyers in the WWE. As you said, the leader of Retribution, the only good thing about that faction. But then you have Carmelo Hayes, who hasn't been in the company that long, but has already gotten a shitload of opportunities that Ali himself has not been able to get. Now, granted, Ali was not around, or at least was never in NXT, unless I could be mistaken about that. But I feel
a couple matches, but nothing significant until recently.
But I feel like these two are very similar in that they're both high flyers. They're both very much high risk. They're about creating moments, about making that excellent highlight reel. But I feel like if you're Ali, you have to have a little bit of resentment going into this match. You see this young up-and-comer being given everything, while Ali has had to scrape for everything he has gotten in an alternate universe. Even at one point being told he would win Money in the Bank, only to be told, yeah, no, Brock Lesnar is going to win it instead. Ali has to be coming into not only this match, but this entire company with the biggest chip on his shoulder.
Yeah, absolutely. Ali is a guy who had absolute promise. Obviously, in that other universe, being stuck with the traditional gimmick of a man of his stature and race, unfortunately, being that whole, oh, he can't be top guy because he's Muslim. And unfortunately, that's kind of held him back in WWE. Obviously, the network executives have felt that that name can't be pushed on major television, and that's unfortunate. Here in Overdrive, Mustafa has the opportunity to show the world that not only he's a main event talent, but that anyone in the Muslim culture deserves the same opportunities as anyone else.
And let's not forget, Ali was on the fast track to taking part in WrestleMania 35, but an unfortunate injury kept him sidelined. While that did lead to the creation of Kofi Mania, that kind of opportunity still has not come around for Ali. And Ali, he is coming out swinging right here.
Right. So the interesting thing here, obviously, singles matches in the international division is that they're all 23 falls. So the question here is, do you want to go fast and try and get the quickest win possible, or pace yourself and try to be the Iron Man in this situation?
Well, Ali tried to go for the quick fall right there. Plants Hayes with a DDT. And he's taking the time to close, but that's not going to work.
No, we'll make them pay for them. Unfortunately, Mustafa has allowed that chip on his shoulders, allegedly, to kind of inflate his ego a bit. Let's see what happens here.
And I don't know if you saw, but Hayes completely whiffed on that drop kick, but his ass landed on the back of Mustafa's neck, and that ass might just be enough to give Hayes a big opening right here. And Hayes absolutely taking advantage. Mustafa fighting back. Irish whipping, woo! Little corkscrew action, and Hayes is rolling out. Ali going high risk though!
Shades of Claudio and Sami Zayn here.
And Ali now still taking it to Hayes and plants him on his back on the apron. Ali taking some time to celebrate, but he's got to turn around. Oh, and he gets planted once again. And as we can see, gloating by either superstar here has gotten neither of them anywhere. Ali with a nice drop kick, but Hayes rolls away from it. Ali not sure what he was doing there, but plants him with the tornado DDT.
What a phenomenal move by Ali. Clearly these two are trying to one-up each other.
I mean, hey, they got 3 falls to do it. And as far as I'm aware, they can do it for as long as they want to. As much as I hate Glory, tonight is about making a statement. And these two, even though they're the second match, the worst match on the card, these two could very much steal the show tonight. And that is the chip that every member of this roster has to have night after night. Steal the show.
Absolutely, taking the words right out of Dolph Ziggler's mouth, a member of Pride. Hopefully every member of Overdrive here tonight shows why they are the best in the world and that they deserve the better from their respective companies in the Ultimate Universe, regardless of how successful or how unsuccessful they have been so far.
And Hayes now absolutely in control. Now he's taking his time.
What are we seeing here? Okay.
And plants Ali.
What a leg drop lariat here.
Here's the cover. And Ali manages to teleport over to the ropes. And we have a rope break.
Trick Williams has not been a factor in this match, but there's no way, speaking from experience of watching Carmelo and Trick in NXT, that'll stay that way.
And Trick probably waiting for his moment. And what a springboard
drop
kick.
Drop kick. No Hayes here.
And Hayes
is
gonna go high risk.
Holy.
And in the back of the neck. Ali is down. Here's the cover.
Oh.
And Hayes using the ropes. And he will get the first fall.
Unfortunately, Ali could not kick out after taking such a devastating finisher and then having his weight being supported by the ropes. The first fall goes to Carmelo. Can Ali make attack? He tries to counter on here.
And Ali looking to make a comeback here. He may be seeing the foot on the ropes. The ref didn't see it. Ali now looking like he's catching some fire. But Hayes whips him to the ropes. Ali's going to back out. Trick Williams is right there. He's smelling his asshole. Ali!
Ali with a rolling face up there. What can we expect from him next?
Ali now.
Okay.
Fireman's carry going for a backdrop. Yes. And Hayes is
Will he go for the
down.
pin? No, he's going to the top rope. Will
Ali.
he will score?
Can he hit it from there though? He's
He's
gonna go
waiting.
for a
Oh,
regular
no.
splash, but he nails it. Here's the cover.
2.
And Hayes is gonna kick out of that.
Unfortunately, it's not enough. I don't know why Ali did not go for his finisher, the 054 in this situation. A
Well,
reverse 450 definitely would have been enough.
I think it was too far. I think it was too far.
Oh,
And now
here,
Ali. Oh my goodness, he does it there. It wasn't too
Is it
far.
there?
Here's the
1,
cover.
2,
And we are
3.
tied at 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is now 1-1. The next ball will decide the match.
And these two men going fast, but beating the absolute hell out of each other. And I don't know what the fuck that was, but it worked.
Ali's head has got to be aching at the moment.
Well, there's absolutely no doubt.
The corner.
Ali against the turnbuckle now. Hayes lifts him up. He's going to go for that leg drop lariat again. And he hits it.
Once again, dropping it to the leg.
Ali, though, close to the ropes, but Hayes not going for a cover. Now he is blocking the ropes.
1, 2.
And a kick out at
Ali
2.
hits-
Hayes now,
Ali-
he's taking higher risk.
Ali's in trouble. Will Carmelo in the match here.
Hello!
Oh, power bomb. Ali insane.
I couldn't even tell what happened there, but Ali's got Hayes lined up, going to the corner. Hayes stops him though. No, wait, no, the fuck he doesn't.
What a magnificent counter here. Ali going for it. Oh, he misses the tornado DDT, but Pierce's elbow caught Carmelo in the face. What will happen now? This match is currently 4 stars.
Is he going to do it? Is he going to go for the reverse 450? Measuring Hayes
No,
up.
too much space.
But Hayes is standing
almost
up.
his
He
hand.
waited too long, but drops the
What a
hammer on him.
club.
And Ali again now.
Planting Melo.
Ali looks to be
Ali going
sizing him
for it.
up. Oh. And he's going for a submission hold. Is Hayes going to tap? Is Hayes going to tap? All we can see is the referee's big fat ass, and Hayes is tapped. Mustafa Ali clinches a spot at Wrestle Mayhem.
Mustafa Ali has got to be feeling the after effects of the match, but he can't be prouder of his moment. His first night here in Overdrive, he secured a spot at our biggest pay-per-view of the year.
I was not expecting that shit in the slightest. These two going at each other. That was a very physical match for how big of high flyers those guys are. They went high risk only when they had to. Ali with the submission out of nowhere. And that is what you call a damn good match. I just hate that it happened for the wrong brand. But you know what? The right brand is coming up next.
Ali with the reverse sweep of Carmelo Hayes after falling in the first round. What an amazing comeback. And as you said, we have probably, to me, two of the best tag teams in the world. Unfortunately, Randy in another universe had just recently recovered from back surgery. We hope to see him well soon. But it's the Bucks versus Arcade Bro. I expect this tag team match to be bare minimum 4.5 stars.
It was really hard, not just picking who I wanted to be in the draft in the inaugural Pride, because that meant one team had to get left out. But it was also, Rick Boogs, what the fuck? Well, we are firing our Titantron guy right now. In fact, hold on one second. I'm gonna go make a call.
And while Stanley makes that call, the Young Bucks, Matt and Nick Jackson, are making their way to the ring to qualify for the Prideful Tag Team Championship. Matt and Nick Jackson are World Tag Team Champions the world over, obviously, and New Japan Pro Wrestling, AEW, ROH, and they look to complete the quadretta? And the trifecta. What would be next? I am not a thesaurus, ladies and gentlemen, so we're just going to go with the quadretta and hope that they are successful in that endeavor. But Randy Orton and Matt Riddle are quite the competition for them. RK Bro will be making their way to the ring tag team for the first time in well over a year.
Well, some
And
douchebag named Lester just got fired. Sorry, Lester. Not sorry. You fucked up. And his
Poor
replacement
Lester.
already doing amazing. This time getting the right guy.
Matt Riddle still making his way to the ring on that scooter. How much do you think that scooter caused Matt Riddle?
Say that again.
Matt Riddle has continued to make his way to the ring with the scooter.
I mean, it scoots the
Rationalizing
scooter. It's the
himself
most
with his-
reliable form
Yeah.
of transportation around that arena. What the fuck are you gonna do? Walk
Yeah,
everywhere?
absolutely.
Fuck that.
I mean, Hangman Page is a horse. Kenny Omega
Exactly.
up to the ring. But that brings up a very good question, Stanley. How much does a scooter, how much does a scooter like that run a professional wrestler like Matt Riddle?
Say it again. Your microphone doesn't sound the best.
My microphone is of very poor quality, seeing
I'm
at
firing the
Overdrive
audio
does.
guy too.
Yeah, fire out guy. But like I said, how much does a scooter like that run a professional wrestler like Matt Riddle?
Whatever it is, it's probably pocket change because Matt Riddle, of course, also was a former UFC fighter and was damn good at it. Just couldn't pass a drug test, but he did show that douchebag Dana White up and has made millions as a professional wrestler when Dana White said, how the hell you gonna make millions when you're not working in the UFC? The answer, professional wrestling. But outside of Riddle, Randall, Keith, Orton, I mean, he's done absolutely everything in the WWE in an alternate universe. He probably has one of the best finishers in the game because you really never know when that shit's coming. And as of late,
Yeah,
especially
absolutely.
during his time with Matt Riddle, he has pulled out the RKO in some obscene situations, catching a moonsault from Chad Gable, catching an Uso splash, catching a phenomenal forearm. Maybe he'll come back in an alternate universe soon, but if not, we can at least preserve his greatness in Overdrive. And I'm gonna assume that you gave the Young Bucks the grand treatment because as much as you hate my brand, I know you like some Bucks.
Yeah. As much as I hate your brand, I do love the Bucks, and I expect it to be a phenomenal match. As said, the Bucks are World Tag Team Champions multiple times over in several different companies. I expect nothing but the best from them here tonight. Randy Orton is also a very accomplished tag team wrestler from his early days in his career. Matt Riddle, his current tag team partner, has just stepped it up as well. Also, he's a former tag partner of both Timothy Thatcher
Oh my goodness!
and Calvin Pete. What a start to this match. Matt Riddle got his clock absolutely rocked here. Did Nick Matt with a quick tag as usual. What a spear here.
Matt versus Matt, and now Nick with similar looking offense to his brother. And will kick to the back of the neck.
Matt Riddle probably already has a concussion.
Oh, but here we go though. Riddle fighting back. German suplex. I'm about to say planting Nick Jackson. And now going for a power bomb. And oh, Jesus Christ. And he'll make a statement. He will tag in his brother Randy. Nick and Randy staring at each other. Randy now into the ropes, and they just kind of bounce off each other.
All right, going to the corner.
Randy now to the corner. Picking him up, gonna
Randy
kick
standing
him
there,
right
working the leg.
thigh.
And as you know, the Bucks are very pivotal with their legs when it comes to super kicks. Nick being unable to plant his leg if this continues. Oh, what a neck breaker.
And Nick
Nick
now
rolling
rolling
out.
to the outside. And Riddle now getting involved, throwing him back in. It looked like Randy was thinking high risk, but Matt was like, no, you have your future to worry about. And he threw Nick back in. And now Matt Jackson tags in.
Randy driving the match in corner.
Let's see. Are we going to see a tag here? We're going to see some tandem offense. Into the ropes and a back body drop by the both of them. And Matt Riddle is now the legal man. I did not see the tag. Thankfully, the ref did. But
All right.
now it's Matt versus
Drop on
Matt
there
once
by Matt
again in an
and
arm
Storme.
drag. And here we go. And Randy breaking up
Two.
a
Two count.
2 count.
Off of a deep arm drag. Very interesting here. Matt Riddle missing with the
Hey,
disaster
listen, that is the deepest arm drag in
Happy
professional
pile
wrestling
driver?
right now. No shame.
pile
No
driver.
shame in not kicking out of that. And a package pile
Matt Riddle
driver, shades of
absolutely
Kevin
no
Steen.
selling move.
And these two now rolling in and out the ring, trying to get a hold of each other. Anytime that both Matts have been in the ring, it has been physical. I've seen more punches than moves. Nick now, let's see what he's going to do. He's going to go in the air with a Superman-like punch. And the Bucks letting Matt Riddle know, hey, we do combat sports too. And Matt almost getting in the way, still kind of in the way, distracting Matt Jackson. Randy going to try to take advantage, punch to the back, and misses on a chop.
No way, Neil. His wife dragging Randy into the corner.
And it looks like Randy's about to be in trouble. He is trapped in the corner. The Bucks, though, taking him out of the corner.
Yeah.
Irish whip. They're going to go for a... No, they're not. They're just going to plant him. I thought they were going for a back body drop. But Randy right back up. And Riddle now back on the apron. He's going to try to make a tag. They're touching, but it's not a tag. Oh, Randy now. Ooh, with the cutter. And Randy now might be a little worse from wear, but now Riddle tags in while Matt Jackson showing off the ropes, kick to the face.
Unfortunately, Matt, being the Joker that he is, celebrated he shouldn't have, and now Matt Riddle was able to take advantage of that.
And here we go, Riddle now. Oh my God! Spears both of them off the apron. Matt Riddle is pissed off and beating the shit out of everybody.
Somebody stop
And
this
Riddle
man.
now, gut-wrench suplex, I think.
One.
And
Two.
is he going for the triple bro right here? Nope, just the double bro.
Complete the triple bro.
Oh, wait, no, wait a minute. Oh, bro, Derek! Is he going to go for the cover? No, he's calling in Randy. And Nick is just standing there not doing anything. Randy, though, sizing him up.
Leaving unconscious at the moment.
And now knees to the back. Randy letting
Matt,
him
no
have it,
break.
probably calling him
Back
stupid and punching him in the back of the head.
Nick's just watching his brother absolutely be demolished. Matt Jackson fighting back, elbows. All right, he's out.
Ref almost gets
What
in
does he
the
do
way.
here?
Oh, my
Randy
goodness.
countered. Unfortunately, Matt Jackson did not take the opportunity to tag out here. And he will suffer for it. Oh, Randy with the
Oh,
drop.
yes, he will. Randy a snap suplex.
One
That
of
gets
the
the fans
three
to
best
pop.
in the game. Nick Jackson breaking up the count.
And it looks like Randy getting mixed up with Nick now. He was distracted. Matt Jackson
Yeah,
now
Matt
with a
takes it
suplex.
Snap suplex.
And a standing moonsault. Does he go for the cover here? No, he does not.
Working the arms here.
Here we go to DDT.
Absolutely. Returning in favor of Randy Orton has given
And Matt
many people
lining up
over here.
super kick. Not going for the cover though. At least not yet. Another super kick. But now both men are down. Matt getting back to his feet. Now going for the cover.
Go for the 10. Riddle's in the ring, breaking up the count. Unfortunately, Matt did not drag Randy far away.
And is he lining up for another one? Looked like he might have
Will
been
see
decided
a
against
third
it.
super kick. No, he's dragging Randy in the corner. But Randy breaks out before he can successfully place him for the tag.
But Matt still not tagging in. Randy now. And Nick trying to reach for the tag, can't get it. His brother's right there, but he just can't reach him. Those arms aren't long
Randy
enough.
went off the way to tag in Matt Riddle. Will Matt Jackson finally tag out? He does not. Is that overconfidence on his part?
Matt Jackson is absolutely overdoing it right here. Maybe trying to keep Nick Jackson as fresh as he can. But Randy Orton did a number on him. With Riddle being in here, it's only going to be worse, or so I say. Riddle rolls out.
And Matt finally tagged in his brother Nick Jackson, obviously currently the freshest man in the match.
And Matt now probably taking a well-deserved rest. Another very, very physical match. Haven't seen a lot of the Bucks high-flying theatrics now. And Nick going for a submission, and Randy accidentally drop kicks the ref.
Unfortunately, not the ref.
The ref is down, knee to the face, but he keeps up.
Matt Riddle knocking past the daily of Nick Jackson, who immediately tips up. It appears that Nick Jackson is bleeding.
Oh my goodness.
Double backbreaker.
Here we go. Randy now hits the RKO out of somewhere. The ref not counting, going for the break, and he gets it.
The ref absolutely screws RK Bro out of the win here.
But Randy now with a backdrop. And the fans now chanting tag team wrestling, exactly what we want to hear. We want them to see the greatness of tag team wrestling, because it is something that in an alternate universe, some companies seem to undermine. Other companies, though, absolutely let it excel.
Randy here picking up Nick Jackson once again. Nick fighting out.
But now both Bucks a little worse for wear right now. Both of them have taken respective finishers, but they are still fighting, and now Nick's going to tag in the mat.
Tagging his brother as he probably tries to go to the doctor or trainer on staff to get that cut looked at.
Let's see how
Matt
fresh
Jackson
Matt
once
is.
again over-celebrating instead of taking advantage of the opportunity.
Continuing to work on the arm, though. The referee can't find his place, and Matt Riddle breaks it up before the ref can get down. Oh, God. We need better referees. These guys suck.
Yeah, no, we gotta have these.
We got him off of Fiverr, but I thought he'd be worth more than this. Now, Larry to the back of the neck.
Matt Jackson.
And Randy taking his time, dragging his victim. Now, could Randy be looking for another RKO?
Randy with classic Orton here, stomping on all the limbs of Matt Jackson.
And here we go, the tag.
And Randy, Matt Riddle here.
Riddle now stalking his prey. Is he looking for an RKO? He's sizing him up. No, he's going to kick him right in the face.
Wait. Is this what I think it is? He's stretching Matt Jackson.
Going for the submission, but Nick finally getting out of the corner. But he gets hit with a spear. Both of the Bucks are down. Nick rolls out the ring, and Matt might actually be dead. I hope he's not. He did not sign the liability insurance. Randy now.
Randy Orton going for the RKO.
And he strikes! Middle of the ring! RKO! Here's the cover! 1,
Matt Jackson
2, and he kicks out!
Matt Jackson kicks out of the RKO. Unbelievable moment here in Overdrive, ladies and gentlemen.
How the fuck is that shit even possible, bro?
Randy attacking Nick now, trying to secure the win.
But Nick couldn't even get in to break it up. That was just pure willpower by Matt Jackson. But he is still very much worse for wear right here.
It's a little bit too much.
And some very slow kicks. Now, headlock takeover.
Headlock takeover. Famously used by MJF to beat Darby Allin.
But Matt's headlock takeover not as good as MJF. Randy does not tap. Now we have a tag, and Nick, the fresher of the Bucks,
been able to recover on the
misses the super kick. Randy now just absolutely tossing him back. Gonna tag in Riddle. Riddle now, the freshest man in this match, and Riddle hits the RKO. Here's the cover.
The Bucks have been hit with
And Nick's
RKO's
back going for him, and they kick out the RKO
and Jackson
again.
follows his brother and also kicks out of a move that I was sure thought ending the match. The Bucks have been absolutely beaten and
This
exhausted
is
in
the
the last
third
5 minutes.
motherfucking match, dude. What the fuck is happening? RK Bro seems to be in control, but the Bucks just refusing to quit.
Die here. Clearly, RK Bro is in control, but the Bucks' sheer tenacity seems to be carrying them at this point. Oh no.
Riddle now is
Matt
going to go
Riddle
for
is
the
about
stretch
to lock in the
again.
drum mission.
Yes, he
This
is.
end.
And Nick trying to break it up,
Nick
but
wants
he's
it.
too late. He's too late. Matt taps. RK Bro secures a spot.
I don't know about that one, Stanley. It looks like the ref trying to screw the Young Bucks here. It appears that Nick Jackson did successfully break the count.
Nah. I don't know, because while they did move, that might have been the giant force of the wind. I don't fucking know. But Matt Riddle did not let go of that hold despite Nick Jackson's attempts. What a match. Not one, not two, 3 different RKOs were hit. A Bro Derek, but much like the International Championship, this one ending in a submission. But
I have to play devil's advocate here and say the Bucks deserve a rematch down the line, because I feel like this could have gone a bit longer. Nick Jackson did indeed break up the submission, but the ref ignored it.
that very well could have been the case. Our angle of it was not the best. From what I saw, it looked like Riddle had that submission locked in despite Nick Jackson's attempts to break it up. Obviously, we'll have to look at the tape later because we can't afford instant replay right now. So give us money. But regardless, that was a fantastic match. And we're not even halfway through the show yet, because the halfway point is coming up next with our World Championship qualifier. But those are 3 great matches and 2 back-to-back certified bangers right there. That,
I
ladies
have
and
to
gentlemen,
say, so far, Draft Night has been an absolute momentous occasion on the part of Overdrive.
I mean, we knew it was going to be great. Like, let's not mince words here. We both knew that our company was going to be the shit. We knew that. We knew that. And this is just further proving our point.
Expect such a hard start. Like, shout out to everybody who's competed tonight. The Bucks, Arcade Bro, the women's match with Bailey and Dr. Britt Baker, DMD, obviously the International Championship being the first match for Glory, Mustafa Ali and Trick Williams not playing a part in the fact that Carmelo Hayes won.
I mean, Carmelo Hayes might as well had Plank out there with them. Plank would have done something.
Right.
Plank would have ran interference.
But now we look forward to the Glory World Championship scene and Johnny Gargano finally getting the opportunity to prove that he is a main event talent, facing off against a guy in another universe who has a very storied rivalry with, and Mike the Miz Mizanin. Johnny Gargano, again, is the first ever Triple Crown champion in NXT, and I expect very big things from him here at Overdrive.
He's a man who came to WWE, was told to go down the Performance Center. Nobody ever did anything for him. He did it himself. Well, had a little bit of help, and we'll be seeing that help later. But heart and soul of Overdrive Glory right here. But the thing is that The Miz is still one of the best wrestlers on the planet, whether people want to see it or not. Not only is he one of the best...
2011 might be arguably one of the greatest years in professional wrestling for The Miz. No one can attest to the reign that he had with the United States and unified WWE Tag Team titles at the time period before winning Money in the Bank and then the WWE Championship. Can Mike Miz once again climb the World Championship mountain?
And of course, Miz wearing his one-of-one super-duper rare Overdrive Championship Wrestling trading card. That's the only one that we made because we don't have the money to make more. And The Miz, of course he got it because he's The Miz. And he had the money for it. Like, literally, if he didn't buy that shit, we wouldn't have had the money for the video board.
Miz emulating his former tag partner, Logan Paul, with one of the most interesting Mania matches of all time against the Mysterio and Dominic and Rey, who have since broken up as well. I am very excited to see what Miz and Gargano get up here tonight. Both very contrasting wrestling styles, but I definitely think they have the opportunity to give us one of the matches of the night.
As I was saying earlier, Miz, while he might not be a high flyer, he might not be a physical specimen, Miz overall is still a very talented wrestler. He's one of the safest and most efficient workers. Never forget the time that he got absolutely pissed at Daniel Bryan and went off about the Intercontinental Championship.
That was one of the greatest episodes of Talking Smack in the history of the program. Unfortunately, the program has since fallen to the wayside over in the alternate universe. And that's just very unfortunate. As Miz takes an early lead here in the match, beating up one Johnny wrestler.
And Miz now with a little twisty action. Not going for the pin quite yet. Locking up, but here comes Johnny. Johnny knocks him off. There's Johnny.
Will we see it die here? We will.
Yes,
not.
we will.
We will. One of the banned moves in Control Your Narrative.
Wait, what? Wait, what?
Do you not remember that he won?
I didn't watch Control Your Narrative because I heard it was other dog shit, unlike our product that we're putting on right now.
Right, Overdrive is definitely better than the banned and Control Your Narrative promotion. However, one of the 3 moves banned in that position was they died through the middle rope, otherwise known as the Tope Suicida.
But you're supposed to control your narrative, which means, like, you know, controlling your story, doing your thing, doing your moves. That's the narrative being controlled right there. What the fuck?
What a drop kick on Gargano as Miz rolls out.
And Gargano over the top rope again. Jesus H. Christ.
Sorry, Gargano has taken absolute offense to the start of the match where Miz seems to take advantage of him soaking in the moment with the fans.
I think Miz has really only had one good offensive move all day. Johnny, though, has done a little bit of damage to himself with those dives. Referee forgot how to count once again.
Yeah, the
wait, never mind, he found it.
Which is something that I can attest to is the perfect way to be a referee. Johnny counting.
Plants him on his back. Referee at the count of 6, though.
We got to get this back in the ring, guys.
And Johnny is a man of the referees, so he listens. Of course.
What an elbow shot to the face of Miz. Miz once again rolling out.
Miz absolutely pussying out like the pussy he is. His balls are massive, but his dick is small.
And by Gargano. Count of 1. Johnny immediately throwing Miz back into the ring.
Miz showing that he's absolutely testicles, but with no shaft. Johnny completely whips on that, though. Miz misses the stomp, but still taunts him anyway. I don't know what his thought process was, but now the Miz taking back over.
Taking Johnny Gargano going for that springboard move. Miz misses.
What the fuck was that?
Classic Miz moment, but it unfortunately did not pay off. Johnny would be
planted. Miz, though, kicks out at 1. Now, Miz thought he would roll out the ring. Probably should have, because he's about to take a dive. Oh my God! DDT on the apron. I'm surprised the Miz is still standing after that. And this match has, honest to God, been one-sided. The Miz not really being able to get any momentum, or at least not any momentum that lasts more than like 2 seconds, which you need 3 seconds of momentum to go anywhere, and the Miz is going nowhere but down. Here's the cover.
to
The Miz will kick out.
Johnny
I honestly
Britney.
thought he'd end this night
Brewer
early right
walked
there.
in here. Miz trying to count here.
Miz now the neck breaker. Or I might have gotten that wrong. I don't know.
No. Backbreaker.
Who cares? This ain't my brand, ain't my superstars. I'll say all the wrong
With the
moves.
close punches to the face, Miz bust open one Johnny Gargano. Ref allowing them to play, even though close punches are also banned in Overdrive Glory.
Miz now just a light little stomp to the chest. Oh, now going to the leg. Miz now
And once
shin
again,
kicks
Miz
to
with
the face
it
of Gargano, and Gargano is
kick
down.
from one Bryan Danielson. Will this be it? One.
And
two.
no, Johnny's going to kick out of
Gargano
that
kicks
one.
out. Miz seems to be setting up for his finisher.
Are we going to get a skull-crushing finale right here? Miz grabs him, skull-crushing finale, but is that going to be enough for Heart and Soul?
Maybe it's Gargano.
Here's the cover,
One, two,
and Gargano
one.
kicks out. Everybody
Once
tapping
again,
in. Everybody tapping into their inner Super Cena tonight, kicking out at 2 to every finisher.
That's what the fuck. Johnny Gargano is also known as the Kick-Out Kid. His compatriot in that nickname is one Xavier Woods of the New Day. Can Kick-Out Kid here convert all that momentum
Miz,
into
what the fuck is he doing? Is he going high risk? Holy shit. And he went high risk for a little punch. Okay, then.
One work.
Yeah, but it didn't look
the counter?
impressive. That wasn't very glorious of him.
No, Miz is not a very glorious high flyer. It's not what
Why the
he's here
fuck did
for.
you draft him?
I said he's not a very glorious high flyer, but he's a great mat worker. He's also
is
a
true.
two-time Grand Slam champion. That's why he's
He's
got
the first one, if I'm not mistaken.
That's correct.
It sucks that his second title reign only lasted a week, because he was essentially the feeder to Booby Lashley. But
Right, that is the curse of being the transitional champion. Steve Macklin from Impact recently faced that after losing the title to the other half of the Motor City Machine Guns.
oh shit!
One Alex Shelley.
Here we go. The ref at a count of 6, and they're gonna roll back into
Johnny
the ring.
going immediately
Now
back to
Johnny
the
rolling
ring.
back out and then going
Yeah.
back in, playing mind games with the
Trying to
Miz right
confuse
here.
the Miz. Irish whip. Drop down by
Miz
Miz.
with the leapfrog. And he trips him up.
Miz breaking out moves. We're seldom seeing his moveset.
Miz now going up and just plants him on his fucking face. Miz gonna go high risk again.
That he too can be
Elbow
great.
drop and he whiffs.
Oh.
Another skull crushing finale.
Second skull crushing finale.
could
Is
be
this
it.
the end for Johnny Gargano? 1, 2,
And that
3.
is
That
it.
And
And
this
the
hurting came for all the Johnny wrestling fans. He once again proving why he deserves to be in the main event. And with that, he's successfully going to WrestleMania.
The Miz not even having to pull out any dirty tactics on that one, just using what works, and despite Johnny Gargano getting the better of him at multiple points in time, the Miz ends up coming out victorious because, well, I guess he's awesome, but I still argue he's all testicles and no shaft. But now, it is time that we move away from matches for just a second, because it is time for one of my favorite parts of the night, announcing the inaugural card for the first ever Overdrive Pride. And if you're complaining that all of these matches here tonight are qualifying matches, you are going to hate our asses, and I'm just going to point and laugh at you, because where are we? There we go. Ladies and gentlemen, you are looking at the card for Overdrive Pride. To kick off our show next week, Sheamus will go against Darby Allin for the second slot in the United States Championship ladder match at Wrestle Mayhem. Then, we have our second Prideful Women's qualifying match, as Rhea Ripley will go up against Ruby Soho. And then, probably the match I'm looking forward to the most. The gold standard. The man still looking to win the big one. His mother's very proud. Shelton J. Benjamin will go up against Johnny Overdrive in another United States ladder match qualifier. Then we have our second Prideful Tag Team Championship qualifier as the Street Profits won all of the smoke as they go up against the Lucha Brothers. Then in our semi-main event, Malachi Black of the House of Black will go up against one of the toughest British sumbitches I have ever seen. Well, he's not actually British, but he wrestled in the UK. In our final United States ladder match qualifier as Ilya Dragunov will go up against Malachi Black. I said it already, but fuck you, I can say it again. And then in our main event, the international bracket for the Pride and Joy of the Galaxy, the Galactic Championship, as the best bout machine, who hopefully is still alive after being dropped on his neck, Kenneth Omega, will go up against one of the greatest pro wrestlers of all time, Hiroshi Ace Tanahashi, and the Ring General, Gunther, and they will be joined by the new IWGP United States Champion in Will Ospreay in an absolute stacked main event for an absolutely stacked show. I know you're not very excited for that, but I am extremely excited for Pride next week. And next week, one of these next three men will have secured their place in the match for the Galactic Championship at Wrestle Mayhem. But first, we have to see which one of these three is going to advance. Seth motherfucking Rollins, Tomato Champ, and Maxwell Jacob Freeman up next. Now, I do want to say, if you're MJF, you have to be fucking pissed going into this match. Because think about it. MJF is better than you, and you know it. He is the salt of the earth, but he wasn't picked first overall in either brand, was in fact picked at the end of the first round. He has to be coming into this match pissed off and with a chip on his shoulder, but he's going to have to take down a man who will surely become one of the headliners of the Orange brand. They call him freaking, I call him Seth motherfucking Rollins in the OCW universe, chanting his theme. This man currently the World Heavyweight Champion. Oh my goodness, this might be the match I was looking forward to all night.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you said, MJF unfortunately wasn't drafted first for Glory or Pride. He was actually taken, I want to say, 8th overall on Pride. You know, what MJF has to deal with here is something that several others, who in my opinion currently are still better than the young 24-year-old. MJF has plenty of time. And as you said, Seth Mother Rollins is a cast member of Pride. Not only that, he is Mr. Number One draft pick. So I expect to see great things for him in this match and in the future. Obviously, MJF, not only was he drafted after Seth, but he was also drafted after the other man in this match, once Tommaso Ciampa, the Blackheart, former two-time NXT champion. I'm very excited to see what he comes up with going into this match.
Now Ciampa is, I mean, just Jesus Christ. I was actually where he was from not too long ago. I was in Milwaukee. I don't think they build people in Milwaukee quite like Ciampa. Ciampa could probably kill a man just by looking at him funny. This man, possibly a future World Heavyweight Champion in an alternate universe, but tonight, looking to secure his place in the Galactic Championship match at Wrestle Mayhem. I think he can handle MJF, but can he handle the Architect Seth Rollins? Both those things are yet to be seen. MJF probably has to be even more pissed. He gets his ring attire, but he doesn't get his entrance. Unfortunately, Tony wouldn't give us the rights.
Honestly, MJF being the cocky son of a gun that he is, I feel like this is the perfect opportunity for him to introduce himself to the Overdrive audience. MJF is so better than us that MJF, in his mind, does not need entrance music. He is the devil himself, according to him. I've met scarier guys personally, but it is what it is. And so, we will see if MJF can truly prove that he is better than ever.
And of course, the young man probably so pissed at where he was taken that he's going to take his time and piss off everybody in the audience. As you can see, everybody in that crowd is just bored, just waiting for him to step in. MJF, though, wiping his boots on the apron, that is seen as the ultimate sign of respect in the wrestling world. Even though he's an asshole, MJF still respecting all of those that have come before him. And that is the mark of a
There's
true
nothing else.
professional.
MJF is 100% a student of the game. Obviously, you can tell from his feud with CM Punk, his childhood hero, that MJF loves professional wrestling more than anything. Now that he's attained that success and he's proven that he can be a top guy, obviously it may have gotten to his head, but MJF will continue to sign, in my opinion, all the
And MJF seemed to glitch through reality right there. And he's going after Ciampa first. Very uncharacteristic. But that should show just how much he wants to compete for the top prize at Wrestle Mayhem. Now Rollins going to Ciampa, working over him. A sling blade. MJF possibly thinking suplex. Now plants him on his knee. But oh, a neck breaker by Ciampa.
Nowhere catching MJF up there. I think we're seeing a different side of MJF here tonight because he has that chip on his shoulder for the first time in a very long time. MJF has to prove not only to upper management but to the fans and his opponents that he truly is the salt of the earth. And for the first time in well over 2 years, MJF isn't at the top of the pecking.
Knee to the face by Rollins going for the cover.
So late in the first round. Rollins and a kick out by chopping here. 2 count for Rollins with MJF.
And MJF getting a chair. No disqualifications here. And absolutely whipping on that chair shot. Now just backing up. Going for it again and right to the head. Ciampa's had neck issues in the past, having to relinquish the NXT Championship due to that. And he is absolutely weary on the outside. Meanwhile, Seth with the standing moonsault. Now Ciampa with a kendo stick. And this is going to devolve into a bloodbath very, very quickly. If only Mox was here.
Standing sliced bread by Seth Rollins.
Rollins went for the pin, but Ciampa dropping the kendo stick just to hit him in the back. Now another neck breaker. And Ciampa, the hot one, coming out.
Seth Rollins don't have the kendo stick.
Rollins grabbing the cane, but not hitting anybody. Tries to hit Ciampa, but Ciampa intercepts. Ciampa now planting Rollins.
I just noticed. Is this the first female referee of the night?
I believe so, yeah.
Congratulations to this young lady here. Obviously, Overdrive is an equal opportunity for her, and we just want the best available.
Oh, of course. And oh my God, another one by Rollins, but that kick's intercepted.
Costing the Bucks the tag title opportunity.
Again, we'll have to look at the tape later, but I still argue that Bro Jarek was still locked in. But regardless, these 3 men already resorting to weapons. Everybody except for Rollins. Rollins now just kind of sitting back, and that's not Rollins being a pussy. That's Rollins being an opportunist. Rollins has been an opportunist.
Rollins is known as the architect, the man who created and dismantled the Shield, one of the greatest factions in the history of the other company.
And when I talk about opportunist, I'm referring to his famous Money in the Bank cash-in at WrestleMania 31, taking advantage of a very weary Roman Reigns and Brock Lesnar, pinning his former Shield buddy to take home the top prize in WWE. And Steph now all in with Ciampa in the ring, hits the splash, but MJF ain't having any of that shit.
Yeah, of course, Steph was the height of the century, still to this day regarded as the best Money in of all time, and the only cash-in at WrestleMania.
Which
and
is kind of crazy.
Show that success Overdrive. Yeah, absolutely. When this concept was introduced, I really wondered why nobody cashed in at like one of the major pay-per-views. But
I mean,
well, Randy obviously cashed in at SummerSlam to get over on DB, but that was a
mhm.
whole nother thing after like the Cena exit because of his injury.
I mean, if you ask me, I think it's mainly because, they use it as a way to pop a TV rating in a sense, because you never know when they're going to cash in, if it's going to be on
Oh, what
pay-per-view,
a move!
if it's going to be on TV. And as we're talking about that, MJF doing his thing, staying out of it, while Seth Rollins and Tomato Champ have a wrestling match. Some lovely chain going on right here, but now MJF coming in, planting Rollins.
Inserting himself at the right opportunity, and immediately thrown back out by Ciampa as he and Rollins get back to their business.
Ciampa now just dropping Rollins on the top rope. But MJF grabbing the kendo stick. No one really being able to use that kendo stick so far. Rollins, not sure he was going for, but he missed. Rollins now watching on. MJF, what the fuck was that?
Oh.
I don't know what that was.
Yes,
but he got hit with the kendo stick.
But absolutely missed once Tommaso decided to step to the side.
Oh my god. And MJF just swinging around Rollins. Thought he might have been going for a tree of woe. MJF just...
MJF gloating, and this does not cost him. He gets to successfully escape thanks to Tommaso Ciampa.
MJF misses. Meanwhile, Ciampa... Oh, wait a minute. Ciampa
hits
Rollins with MJF.
Russian leg sweep.
MJF now taking out the big man.
Alright, well, what do we have here? Backbreaker?
Oh!
Oh no! What? Oh.
What was that?
I know what it is, but
Like, I thought that was going to be a pump handle, but that looked like a modified one-wing angel. And Ciampa with a fucking baseball bat. What the fuck?
I want to say that was a variation of the Mission of the Dragon.
Oh my goodness, Ciampa could kill a man with that bat. Thankfully, he missed. Well, I say thankfully, we want blood on the show.
Drop kick by Ciampa.
Really, I almost say this has been a wrestling match between...
Oh, wait.
Oh, is he going for it? Fairy tale ending!
Fairy tale ending!
MJF trying to come in and steal the pin. And not going for it.
He just punched Seth Rollins in the face.
And I think Rollins is busted open. Here we go, Ciampa again. Going for a backdrop. Rollins jumping over MJF right into the flying fist of Ciampa. Ciampa takes him out with a hit to the back of the neck, and he's got that baseball bat again. MJF hitting the back, hitting the back of the head, hit in the face, and he might be dead. Here's the cover. And Maxwell kicks out.
I had two and a immediately picking the baseball bat back up and working over Max.
And Max with the spear.
MJF probably just saved his career with that move.
But Rollins now with the drop kick, but Maxwell with the kip up. Another swing blade. And now Rollins has the bat. Ciampa rolls out the way, hits him with the right. Hits him with the DDT.
Max immediately with the clothesline. Ciampa.
And these men
right back
beating the hell out of each other. None of them staying down for long. I'm surprised Max still knows where he is.
Stanley has been a passionate fight, and I love it. I have to admit, that has been showing itself very well in that.
I mean, yeah, it's what the fuck we do. What do you think we were? What did you expect? The Muffin Man?
Nah, y'all shit in the bed, lucky. But I expect
we don't shit in beds. We have clean sheets. Meanwhile, Ciampa with a clean kick out.
Yeah, no, I definitely expected all your matches to go the way of Bailey and Britt, just kind of fast and out the way. Nothing too crazy.
Nah, Bailey and Britt were just the opener. MJF, could he be going for salt to the earth here? No, Ciampa.
Gets him over with a couple elbows. Another fairy tale. Oh, no.
No,
Oh.
not going to go for that quite yet. Might be setting up for it here, though. No, he's going to grab that baseball bat again. Rollins saving MJF with the drop kick.
Yeah.
And a jumping clothesline. This match has been full pedal to the metal. There's been barely any breaks. Ciampa now taking a well-deserved rest. He's getting an item. Meanwhile, MJF right to the eyes. Ciampa hitting both of them with the stick. And now Ciampa temporarily stunned. Rollins now, what can he be going for? Electric chair.
What a move by
Ciampa
Rollins.
now going for, a
Ciampa.
backbreaker.
Is this the end?
Hold your breath and count to 10. Using that bat now. He's going to go for the cover.
Using the bat to make sure.
Hitting him in the fucking dick. Twirling the bat around. And oh my God. Ciampa is just ruthless here. But MJF.
And he will pay for it because Seth Rollins, despite the pain, gets up and hits the successful dropkick.
Honestly,
MJF
at this point, have them fight forever. This could have easily been a championship caliber match. These people going in like it's fucking all in up in here. Jesus Christ.
Seth Rollins pulling us an old school ROH move.
Rollins hits the stub. Rollins hits the stub. Goes for the cover. Ciampa.
One.
And Ciampa,
two.
he seemed to be lost for a second. That head damage getting to him.
What a match so far, ladies and gentlemen.
Snap suplex.
Honestly, go either way.
Even if, but Rollins did hit that stomp close to the rope and looking for the STF possibly.
The armbar.
No, armbar. I'm sorry. And Rollins will twist his way out of it. Ciampa's down the outside. And that bat has become a focal point of this match.
Because he doesn't need it. Go for the pin.
Cover. Ref couldn't even count to 1.
Ciampa immediately goes for the breakout. Oh, wait.
Oh, fairy tale ending. MJF's out of the ring.
On the back.
Here's the cover.
1, 2.
And that's it.
3.
Tommaso Ciampa's going to Wrestle Mayhem.
What a phenomenal match here, ladies and gentlemen. Are you proud to know that the first entrant for this match is won from the last one?
This is my fucking brand right here. That's my fucking brand, and that is my fucking guy. We drafted him for a reason, for shit like that. Phenomenal match by all 3 men. That's going to go in the annals of history. Whew.
It has been an absolute banger so far. No match is disappointing besides probably the opener, and that's more of the fact that Bayley was so dominant that she finished the match in less than 3 minutes.
Oh my goodness gracious.
Who can blame her for wanting to ensure her opportunity at Wrestle Mayhem?
Well, listen, I'm going to have you take the wheel to introduce this next match. I need a second to step away. Number one, I got to go make sure that my superstars are all right, because I think MJF might have actually died. And again, we don't have liability insurance. So I have to go make sure that he's okay. But meanwhile, you can tell the whole world about the significance of this match. I will be back in a moment.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is another glorious World Championship qualifier match, and it is finally the moment that Cody Rhodes can truly try to continue the story, or will the rival from the other universe follow him here and cost him another opportunity to go solo Coca-Cola, steps away from the wise man and the tribe of Steve, and tries to truly leave the relevancy and become his own. Cody Rhodes with the greatest thing on professional right now through the adulation. He is a former 3-time team champion tied with Sammy Guevara and Wardlow. Obviously, Cody Rhodes has won many championships in WWE, the title, the tag team championship. Cody is the son of the American Dream, Dustin Rhodes, and the brother of the Natural, Dustin, aka Golden. Crowd singing along with the kingdom as usual. Cody is here in Overdrive to try and finish the story. Obviously, in the other universe, WWE just got plenty of time to do that, but Cody here tonight.
WWE done straight fuck that up.
of another company from the ground up. Overdrive is very similar to All Elite Wrestling in the fact that it's a promotion by and for the fans of professional wrestling. Cody has the opportunity to not only secure a spot in the Fatal 4-Way at Wrestle Mayhem, prove that he is truly better than the NOI family and the Rhodes, the Royal family.
Alright, so I can confirm MJF is dead, but I'm told he'll be back next week, so that's a good thing. But as you were saying, in an alternate universe, they would not let Cody finish the story, even though it would make sense, and the fans clearly wanted it. The fans were denied that. And while I think it's really fucking funny, considering that he's on your brand, it's also really sad, because the prodigal son returning to the WWE better than ever, and they just go, lol, Roman wins, and then someone threw a chicken into the ring. I don't understand it either. Wrestling's a fickle thing.
No, absolutely. Solo's obviously known as street champion and the enforcer of the bloodline. Former North American champion. He is from a very long line of champions and overall amazing professional wrestlers. Son of Rikishi, brother of the Usos, who also got drafted to glory. The entire bloodline was drafted to glory, but I definitely feel after some of the canon events in the other universe that these guys definitely won't be getting along here in Overdrive. So Solo is taking this moment to try and not only make sure that the Tribal Chief has the best opportunity at Wrestle Mayhem, but maybe to even strike out on his own. I'm very excited to see what happens in the event that Solo wins.
Can I just say, Rikishi probably has the single, and Cody going for the cover, okay. Rikishi probably has the most overpowered nutsack in the history of professional wrestling. That nutsack produced one of the greatest tag teams in wrestling history, and then produced Solo Sikoa, who pretty much to me is like the second coming of Umaga. That's how I see it. Like,
absolutely. Rikishi also has two other sons, one of which is in high school and just got his very first D1 football scholarship, and the other currently training.
I'm telling you, that is the greatest ball sack in the history of wrestling. He had a big ass, obviously he had big balls, and now all of his children are doing big things. God damn. That is a stacked family.
Definitely. Obviously, Alpha, father, Roman Reigns, and Rosie. Definitely isn't too far from that. I think Roman Reigns is probably one of the greatest WWE champions in the history of the company.
And Cody now going for
over
early submission.
Days.
Sorry, did not mean to interrupt you. Well, actually, no. I don't say sorry. Fuck you. I meant to interrupt you.
Fuck you too. No, but obviously Cody is definitely taking the lead here in this match. He has several gripes with Solo. This is the second time they'll be meeting one-on-one. And I think Cody... Oh!
Cody, what the fuck's he going for? Oh my goodness!
Cody Rhodes with the
It's Solo's right back up! Crossroads! Is he about to squash him? Here's the cover!
One.
And he grabs the
two,
ropes! He grabbed the ropes, but the ref didn't see it!
The ref doesn't see it. What a... Cody Rhodes was the quickest match of the night. Unfortunately, the ref's decision in Overdrive here is final. Just like the Bucks currently have a gripe with the refs, so too does one Solo Sikoa. But Cody Rhodes takes the next step forward to finish the story.
That wasn't even mid. That was below mid, bro. God damn. Like, I feel bad for laughing because that was bullshit. Clear as day, Solo grabbed the rope.
Right, but Solo didn't kick out. So if Solo's 2 inches to the right, doesn't matter. Cody Rhodes clearly did enough damage to get the 3 count.
But there was still enough willpower by Solo to get up and grab the ropes.
personally, in my opinion, as a 20-year veteran in the wrestling industry, um, you always kick out if you have the opportunity. Never leave it to the ref's discretion. And unfortunately, Solo pays for making what can be considered a rookie mistake.
That's what I was about to say. Rookie mistake. And that is the quickest match of the night. We are now on to our semi-main event as two organizations not named WWE collide, as the all-elite Adam Page will go up against the Maniac of Impact, Moose. And can I just say...
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I am very curious to see how this match goes.
See, from what I studied when looking at Moose, to me, Moose is what Goldberg would have been if Goldberg wasn't just a jackhammer and a spear. Because Moose is a big guy. He has that physique. He uses the spear, for God's sake. He killed Josh Alexander with it. But Moose, also very athletic. Not to say that Goldberg wasn't athletic. He could do backflips in the ring if he wanted to. But Goldberg, pretty much a two-hit wonder. And that was it. But Moose, he can wrestle 15, 20 minutes like it ain't no thing.
Hey man, Adam Page, with it coming out to a very loud crowd reaction. Very curious
that
to
fire.
see how he does here.
Wait, hold on. Pyro wasn't in the budget. Fuck!
Oh, he was Pyro. I mean, Cody, you missed Cody. Cody had Pyro.
What the fuck? I didn't call for Pyro. We're gonna lose money on this. Fuck! Donate to the Patreon that doesn't exist.
You heard that, ladies and gentlemen. Donate to the Patreon, as well as super chat here in the chat. We need all the money we can get because we.
I don't think they can super chat yet though, because the channel's not that big. I wish they could.
Well, make sure you donate to the Patreon, and
the Patreon.
I don't know how you feel about Twitch still, but you know he has one of those too.
Listen, if I still cared about Twitch, we would be over there right now. I'm just saying.
Good point.
Not to say I'm abandoning it forever, but for now, we're going on the YouTube side of things.
Yeah, once we're trying to grow all of the Brew Crew metaverse universe. I don't
we're trying to grow Channel 69 to new heights. Is what we're trying to do. But while we're here, while we don't have sponsors, and while Moose makes his glorious entrance, please take this time to subscribe to Stu Brew TV and support Channel 69. Also, go check out the Otaku Collective podcast on Spotify. I hear they talk about anime or some shit. I don't know.
Right, absolutely. Moose making his way to the ring here, probably one of the least experienced championship-wise members of the Tonight Show, being a former Impact Grand and World Champion only. However, I do believe Moose has a very bright future here in Overdrive, and we can expect him to be a very consistent mainstay in the upper mid-card and main event scene.
But is youth gonna prevail over experience? Now, Hangman Page isn't that old, but before AEW had a pretty storied career in New Japan and other places. And, I mean, Hangman's been an AEW champion. He's been in and out of the Elite. He's tagged with Kenny Omega. Hangman has done a lot in his career. And Moose, you could say his career is only just getting started. But who will advance to the United States ladder match tonight on Overdrive? We shall see.
Like you were saying, it's a very interesting parallel here because Hangman Page is the younger superstar, but he's also severely more experienced. While Moose is the older guy,
really
significantly less.
Well, age is just a number.
I want to say Hangman's like not even 32, and Moose is old.
And Moose, though, just, oh my god, tossing around the anxious millennial cowboy. I noticed Moose had a running start as soon as the bell rang, possibly going for the spear to end it early. But even still, taking over in this match and working on that arm of Hangman Page. Page now grabbing the leg, twisting the ankle. And crowd getting hyped for both these men, and Hangman asking for it, and well, ask and you shall receive.
Yeah, Moose definitely delivering. I definitely think this is going to be one of the hardest hitting matches of the night. Definitely, probably a couple of receipts will be delivered back and forth here.
And Moose now just once again just absolutely
He's
tossing
absolutely
around his opponent.
ragdolling Hangman.
And Moose now running
Running
power
power
slam. He's going to hit it. Is
that
that going to be it?
Yeah.
One.
One.
No, Hangman kicks out.
Massive kick out at one here by Hangman Page as he rolls out of the ring. Moose has got to be frustrated with that one.
And
Moose to the
Moose
top rope.
taking out his frustrations on that top rope, darting himself.
Very dangerous. He successfully lands the shoulder block.
And the Cowboy
Hangman
now planning Moose on the outside. And as you can see me, Elias, and some other guy who's just kind of here over at our announce desk. And Moose just pressing it just right in front of us. Okay, seriously, who the fuck is this other guy?
Oh, yeah, that's Juancho
That's
Morales. Juancho is, that's Juancho Morales. Juancho is our Spanish announcer. We do not have a Spanish announce team. We have a singular Spanish announcer.
But well, Macho's being damn quiet. All right,
well, obviously you don't hear Juancho on our channel. He's the Spanish announcer. They have their own audio.
Right. That's right, because we couldn't afford a second table. That's what it is.
Exactly. Shout out to Juancho.
Anyways, back to the match. Moose now. Oh my goodness.
Hangman and Page here tonight. I am honestly shocked here, Kayla. This is a surprisingly poor showing by one Hangman Page.
I see it more as a dominant showing by Moose. Another lateral press. Hangman looks worse for wear. Moose could be looking to end this right now.
I definitely think this will be the second.
The spear!
Here. Hangman's dead.
One, two. He is not dead! He is not dead!
Unbelievable, but unfortunately, Hangman is yet to get any offense. Moose has been basically like a starving lion on a gazelle the entire night here. Hopefully, Hangman setting up for the. Thought we would see a buckshot lariat for a second.
I don't know if Hangman has that in him quite yet. Moose, though, you're right, probably has to be super pissed. Absolutely manhandling Hangman Page. And looking for the quickest victory on the night, possibly. We'll have to see how long the Cody match went, but God damn, Hangman is taking a beating.
Another splash here.
Here we go. Moose now just still in control. Still just
absolutely wants to ragdoll Hangman Page right here.
And Hangman's not getting up. Well, now he gets up. Can he mount a comeback with what little energy he might have left? And Moose is saying, fuck no.
Another running power slam here?
Nah, just a standard power slam. And Moose taking out his frustrations. But Hangman's foot in the rope. That is a rookie mistake. Moose, though, going high risk. But Hangman with the kip up. But he still gets hit by it. There's no way that's it. Okay, thank God. That would have been the stupidest way to end the match.
At some point, does one of Hangman's friends just come out and try and call the match for his safety?
I don't know if he has any friends in Overdrive. I think the friendships might have reset. Moose now lining up for a second spear. Ooh, what? He's near the ropes, though. Moose blocking him. Here we go. The cover.
1, 2,
and
3.
Moose.
Moose with an absolutely dominant showing here, only followed by Cody Rhodes earlier tonight.
That would have been quicker than the Cody Rhodes match had he hit.
Hangman just would not stay down. But
Moose,
just as dominant as the Cody match here. And we see two very quick, concise matches back to back tonight, ladies and gentlemen. I am honestly dumbfounded.
But
someone
Moose,
please check on Hangman here. Let's get a trainer out here.
And well, while we wait for that stretcher to come out, Moose punches his ticket to Wrestle Mayhem. Let's see if he can take that big body up a ladder. But before we go to the main event, Eli, it is now officially your turn to announce your card. Take it away, good sir. The floor is yours, and the card is up on the screen.
Absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be opening with a second International Championship 2 out of 3 falls qualifying match. Cedric Alexander, the former Soul of 205 Live, will be taking on the leader of Legado del Fantasma, Santos Escobar. Next up, we will be having probably the first ever and greatest Battle Royale in the history of this company, being the Tag Team Battle Royale Qualifier. The final 2 participants, as long as they're on opposite teams, will make sure that their teams go to Wrestle Mayhem. The winner of said match will be choosing the stipulation. The guys in this match representing their teams will be Dax of FTR, Chad Gable of American Alpha, Kofi Kingston of the New Day, Jay Uso of the Usos, Damian Priest of the Judgment Day, Brutus Creed of the Creed Brothers, Tyler Breeze of the newly formed Team Canada, featuring him and one Josh Alexander, and Ricochet representing him and Keith Lee of One and Glory. The following match will be for a glorious championship fatal 4-way spot at Wrestle Mayhem, featuring the Rated R Superstar, Hall of Famer, Edge, taking on the Rainmaker and probably the greatest IWGP World Champion of all time, one Kazuchika Okada. Next up, we have the Core 4 Women's Fatal 4-Way, who will decide our champion. Going into Wrestle Mayhem, who will be taking on Jordan Grace. We can look forward to that, and those women will be the first 4 women drafted, so that'll be awesome. Bianca Belair, Becky Lynch, and one Charlotte Flair. After that, we have a fatal 4-way International Championship qualifier, the first that will not be 2 out of 3 falls. That match will feature Jeffrey Nero Carter, Drew McIntyre, the American Dragon Bryan Danielson, and then Everybody Must Die himself, one Lance Archer. And in our main event, we have the ROH World Champion taking on the WWE Unified Universal Champion, Roman Reigns versus Claudio Castagnoli. Claudio will be getting that rematch after the brutal Elimination Chamber, where he was then immediately buried by one Roman Reigns. I can't wait to look forward to the first Glory show of the year, leading into the road that is WrestleMania. Expect great things, ladies and gentlemen.
Now, I want to ask something. You said that the winner of that Core 4 match is going to face Jordan Grace at Wrestle Mayhem?
Yes, Jordan Grace, to me, is a woman that didn't get her fair shot. And in Jordan's contract as general manager of Glory, I decided that Jordan, out of all my other draft picks, deserved an opportunity. However, the 4 women who drafted first will be competing to become the inaugural champion. That champion will then go on to defend their title against Jordan Grace at WrestleMania, because Jordan, to me, is a very pivotal member of my roster, and I expect big things from her. So in her contract, when she signed, I gave her the opportunity to face the eventual inaugural champion.
Well, who died made you GM? Fuck,
Me.
I did. All right, you know what? Let's move on to our main event.
Absolutely.
So when you brought this concept of break the ceiling to me, I was initially a little skeptical, but I've come to warm up to the concept of a little bit, but I resent it because I didn't come up with it first. But these are 4 men who, while all phenomenal professional wrestlers, at one point or another, and I don't know why we have Money in the Bank hanging up there, I thought I asked for a ring. No, the ring is not copyright to Tony Khan. We can get a fucking ring. I'm working with a bunch of fucking amateurs here. Anyways, these are all 4 men who are phenomenal professional wrestlers in their own right. And they've held championships, but none of them have really held that big championship.
Absolutely. obviously Kevin Owens is a former Universal Champion, but we all saw how that turned out. Same thing for Finn Balor,
Fuck Goldberg.
and Miro truly hasn't been able to capture a World Championship though. Obviously, Matt Cardona technically has probably the most prestigious title reign out of the group, being a former NWA World Champion, but that lineage
NWA.
has gotten mixed up over the last couple of years, seeing as the original NWA kind of folded into TNA and then separated itself. So we'll see how this match goes. But when I created Break the Ceiling, I sat down with my mentor, Chris Jericho, and he was like, I created Money in the Bank. I need you to create something that's even better. And I feel like Money in the Bank, while pivotal, no longer embodies the true meaning of what it was meant to be, seeing as my mentor never won it. Obviously, being that he is my mentor, Chris Jericho will have a future opportunity at Break the Ceiling. That's just a gentleman's agreement. So whenever Chris Jericho decides to come up in Overdrive, that's his business. But with Break the Ceiling, I truly believe that guys like Kevin Owens, guys like Miro, guys like Finn Balor, guys like Matt Cardona, who've been very near to the pinnacle and then kicked down the mountain, and now kick that door open and say that I am here, I am glorious. Because you live and die by glory here in Overdrive. And with this briefcase or ring or whatever you want to call it, this contract, this opportunity, they'll be able to announce a week before that they want to challenge the champion and then show that they deserve to be world champion. And that's why Break the Ceiling is the next innovation in ladder match.
And here he is, Long Island IC. God damn it, we don't have the pyro money. The Deathmatch King himself, the indie god, Matt Cardona, formerly known as Zack Ryder in an alternate universe. And honestly, Cardona was given such limited opportunities to be great in his career and when he was in WWE, but the notable thing about his WWE run is that those few moments that he was given to be great, he absolutely was, having that monumental U.S. Championship ring in front of his father, and then later being inserted into the IC title match at WrestleMania and kicking off the show with a Mania moment for the ages, once again in front of his father as he climbed the ladder and became Intercontinental Champion. But now we go to the man who seemingly was going to be the top guy, but one buckle bomb took everything from him. And I feel like out of everybody here, Finn Balor has to have that biggest chip on his shoulder. Eventually having enough of everybody's shit and forming, well, he didn't form the faction, but taking over the Judgment Day from Edge. And now, not only does he have a championship match coming up at Money in the Bank, but he has the opportunity to get the opportunity that he's yearned for so long. This, as much as I hate to say it, this is going to be good.
I definitely think this has night of the match potential. Currently, in my opinion, that match belongs to one Mustafa Ali and Carmelo Hayes. We'll see what happens here.
Nah, that Galactic 3-Way got 5 stars. Meltzer's already come out with his reviews, man. Like, you can't top just the sheer brutality of that match. Or maybe you can, because this isn't just a ladder match. All of the weapons under the ring are ladders. This is Ladder Wars in pretty much everything but official copyrighted name.
Finn Balor, the leader of Judgment Day, is the guy I take to win this match here tonight.
Honestly,
I believe Finn has the most to prove here, and I think it's his time to shine.
if you ask me, I think my money's on Kevin Owens. I think Miro's going to kill everybody. Oh, excuse me. But the thing about Kevin Owens, you really can't kill him. You can knock him down as many times as possible. He will find some way to limp back up the ladder if he has to. You know, you can see that in his...
Way back there on Kevin.
Good.
Miro with Matt Cardona dragging him across the ring.
And Cardona is wearing his Buzz Lightyear gear. I'm not sure where he wore that in real life, but damn, do it look good. Hopefully we won't get a copyright takedown for that. It's Kevin Owens.
Yeah,
oh my God, trying to throw him out, but it's planted by Miro. And Miro doing what I thought he would, just taking over early and killing everybody. And it looks like he's going to be the first to grab the ladder, and he does.
The first one to grab the ladder. Will it successfully make it into the ring in the question? And it does.
But does he set it up in the corner, or does he set it up under the briefcase? Well, right now Cardona got Miro trapped, but Miro nowhere to go. There are no submissions in this match.
Miro fighting out of the submission. All right, cool. Finn Balor scouting Miro and changes targets, and that costs. It's absolutely mayhem. Totally,
Both men being planted. Miro hitting a choke slam, but now Balor planting Miro. Cardona is gonna get out the ring and take a break. A neck breaker. Oh my goodness, by Owens. I don't know if I've ever seen him use that before, but hey, it's break the ceiling. You know, always a good time to try something new. Owens now trying to get the better of Miro. The ladder knocked out of the ring at some point while we weren't paying attention. Finn now going under, getting a ladder of his own. Oh, and he's got the big ladder. Oh, and he sets up the ladder bridge. You know what that shit's going to mean. And Finn just standing there. Now he's back in the ring. And it seems like anybody that picks up that ladder in the ring does not seem to get a chance to hold it very long. Meanwhile, Finn, I think the back of his head might have hit the ladder when he got planted by Miro. Miro possibly looking for the game over, but Finn gets up.
I got him ring by Kevin Owens. It's just two big guys now. Let's see what happens here. KO drops Miro's neck on the left. All right, cool.
Meanwhile, Finn just absolutely planting Cardona on the outside. Kevin Owens and Finn Balor taking control in this. And Kevin
Owens will leave a turn from there to successfully set up. No,
he's not. Kevin Owens, a ROH Ladder Wars veteran. He knows what he's doing better than anybody else. Is he going to toss him back? No, he's not.
What a neck breaker by Owens. Cardona is the next person to immediately throw him back.
Cardona dumped out. Big boot by Owens. And Owens hits the stunner.
All right. Miro is definitely unconscious now.
Miro absolutely taking the most punishment out of anybody in this match. Owens going for the either splash or swanton, does neither. Now going after Balor. Tornado DDT by the big man.
What a match so far, ladies and gentlemen.
And all four men now back in the ring. Owens taking back the ladder he set up. Miro says, "Give me that shit." Owens now looking for a different ladder, or no, he's grabbing the steel steps. He is focused on absolute mayhem and destruction right now.
Cardona is taking the worst of it so far in this match.
And Finn almost hit his head on the steps.
Oh my God! We're going about Miro catches his head on the steps. Hopefully, he can get a concussion from that, or 14 more staples.
And a splash by Miro completely whiffs. And Finn now, his face, I think, might have hit the edge of that ladder.
Yeah, successfully takes up the ladder in the middle of the ring.
But who's going to be the first to climb it? All three men. Owens looking for a package pile driver, a call back to ROH, but no.
Cardona successfully counters with the lariat. Finn
up on the ladder now. Cardona. DDT. Miro, we didn't see it. God damn it, Kevin Dunn. He just splashed Finn Balor on the ladder. Why did we hire Kevin Dunn? Why did you tell me this was a good idea? God damn it, Eli. Owens now climbing the ladder, reaching for it.
Owens grabbing the cage.
He's got it, but it doesn't have it for long. But he keeps a hand on it.
The butterfingers that is professional wrestling matches. Kevin Owens is now rolling out of the ring after falling and hitting his head. But he's standing, absolutely stunned.
Meanwhile, Miro saved by Finn Balor, who took out the legs of Cardona, now planting him
Rob
on his
Cardona.
back. And Balor now.
We got him lying.
Oh, God, he drops the ladder. Balor probably taking the most punishment so far. At least I feel like he took that splash by Miro. Meanwhile, Miro showing off. And another ladder, and Cardona setting it up in front of our announce table.
And he's throwing it to the side.
So Balor now incapacitated for the moment. Cardona now, Irish whips, and now Owens outside the ring. Now Miro's alone. Is he going to go for another high risk? Yes, he will, right in front of us.
Oh my God, Miro has successfully destroyed two man-hander night, putting both through ladders with splashes. Finn Balor seems to be struggling out quite well right now. His ribs have got to be hurting.
Miro sacrificing mind, body, and soul. A nice suplex by Owens. Miro now.
Miro's absolutely been dominating his match. Far away slam by Miro.
Cardona taking advantage of Miro, taking advantage of Owens. Cardona trying to become an opportunist, but was not opportunistic enough. Now an arm drag. And now Balor's climbing the ladder. And is Cardona going to climb it? He's just kind of standing there. Now Cardona's going to climb it as Finn gets a hand on the briefcase.
Cardona and Finn are fighting. Oh,
and
Finn
Owens getting the steps again. Suplex off the top of the ladder.
There's no way both men are doing this after going through violence themselves. Finn is struggling his way back up, climbing the ladder.
Finn gonna try again. Miro and Owens don't seem to notice. Finn has a golden opportunity right here, but the baby hands, the curse of the baby hands, and Cardona gonna try to dump him off.
Have caused Finn to not do anything in the 45 seconds he's held his briefcase.
And Cardona can't get the ladder to move. Finn Balor suffering from the baby hands. Owens can't get the ladder to move. Miro now pulling off Cardona. And Finn grabbing it again. Gets hit in the ass. Goes nowhere. Finn's hanging. Caught by Owens' electric chair.
Miro and Cardona work together successfully knock the ladder down. And then Finn suffers at the hands of Owens.
What is he thinking? Oh, and Cardona gets tripped up on the ladder. Owens hitting his leg on it. And Finn now somehow still standing. He's going to set the ladder up again. No way. Going to the corner with it.
Miro is...
Miro is fucking Owens in the ass very sensually. This is taking a long time, and once again, not noticing that Balor is climbing up. Cardona notices, though, and he's going to knock him right down.
Balor has so far been the only man to touch the briefcase.
Cardona now power bombs him off the ladder.
Finn rolling out of the ring. Gotta be feeling that one.
And Balor incapacitated Owens.
Standing in the middle of the ring. Miro working over Matt Cardona.
Miro now probably the healthiest man. Now he's going to climb the ladder. The briefcase in a weird position. Miro now trying to hang on. Owens hitting him, shoving his fist up his ass. Continuing to do so when Miro's had enough of the fisting action. He's going to fall down and go out of the ring. Finn now climbing the ladder for the umpteenth time. Owens is now shoving his fist in Balor's ass. And Finn still can't get a grip on that briefcase.
After Kevin Owens with another stunner. Matt Cardona is the victim.
Miro, seemingly the only man who hasn't climbed the ladder, and he's going to keep it that way. Putting it back in the corner. Can't decide which corner. Now he's going to set it back up. He said, fuck it.
Miro immediately going.
Climbing the ladder. Balor trying to fist him as well. And Miro just trying to stay up. Owens now climbing the ladder. Cardona can't push the
Oh,
ladder over.
wait.
What the fuck? The ladder just fell on Kevin Owens. The ladder gave
Miro and
way,
Kevin Owens
folded
from the
back
longest
up.
hold. Package followed up.
Something
no.
like that.
Finn Balor has taken absolute
Owens
punch.
with the stunner.
Finn Balor's got to be absolutely exhausted at this point. Matt Cardona in the corner.
Cardona
no,
seemingly the only one who
sounds like
hasn't
a
had
mud hole.
anything productive
Cardona.
to do in this match. And that will continue as he rolls out of the ring. A back body drop, and Miro's leg's going to catch it. Owens now looking for a splash or a swanton. Goes for the splash, and he hits it. Balor
Owens
now.
seemed to float mid-air there for a second. Unbelievable for a man his size. Finn Balor once again back in the ring.
Balor
Rock
kick
kick.
to the head. Now Cardona looking to get some offenses. Miro saying no.
Finn chooses, standing meteor of the Kevin Owens by Finn Balor.
And Cardona out of the ring. Miro
Running DDT to
Miro
Finn
eyeing
Balor by
Cardona. Cardona not doing anything. Miro's going to climb that ladder again. He's all alone.
Whoa, Miro.
He can't seem to figure it out. Now he's hanging. Does he have a grip? Can he get it down? No! Cardona!
First successful move by Cardona to make a difference here in this match.
But that might be all he needs. He plants Owens. Now some stomps to Balor for good measure.
Gut wrench.
Yeah, gut wrench and plants him. And now hitting that
Dropping
arm.
on the other
Possibly
arm,
trying to
Balor.
do some more damage to Balor.
Cardona sets the ladder up in it. No.
Cardona does
Off
whatever the
his
fuck
way.
that was. And now there's no ladder set up. Cardona telling the big man to stay down. Doesn't see Balor. Balor plants him on the ladder.
Finn drops Cardona on the ladder.
And then Miro.
Miro's head hits the ladder.
And Balor now in the
Listen, that's
corner.
absolutely brutal. Definitely at least 4 stars here.
A DDT by Balor. Ladder in the corner. Is anyone actually going to use it? And God, the claws, the hands, the back
Cardona
of
brings
Balor.
it in here.
The third ladder bridge right in front of our announce table. And now Owens and Miro back at it. Owens now, he's on the ladder. And is Miro going to try to incapacitate Owens and go for another splash?
Overdrive by Finn to me. Immediately gets blocked with your knee by Cardona. Miro now has the opportunity to completely trifecta and put Kevin Owens up. Kevin's
But
up.
Owens gets up and he's taunting Miro for not doing anything. Meanwhile, Miro
Yeah.
taking punishment from Cardona. Owens now back in the ring. And oh, was that the Rough Rider?
I say that was indeed the Rough Rider.
Oh, I'm sorry, the radio silence. The radio silence and
crazy.
Cardona. I don't know what his thought process is here as the ladder slides in right up against Owens.
You know, if your legs don't work, you can't climb.
Very true.
Cardona gets busted open by Kevin Owens after several hard steps.
Now we have
Yeah.
2 ladders in the ring, and Miro
Blue.
now taking a brain buster from Balor. Balor gets planted on the
Oh, my.
ladder.
KO's the only man standing in the ring right now. Absolutely bashing Cardona's head into the mat.
This
Runs
match,
back up.
this match could go anybody's way right now. That briefcase has to be loose at least just a little bit. And that one ladder dangling right over Cardona. Is it going to fall on him? I don't know how it is balancing like that. And Owens now.
Kevin Owens sets the ladder up in the corner.
Owens possibly setting up for
Mhm.
another
Stalking
stunner.
Miro.
No, a pop-up power bomb
Oh.
on the big Bulgarian brute.
A move we haven't seen from Kevin Owens in a while. Finn
Cardona's on the ladder
absolutely
now.
ricocheted Cardona out of the ring.
Another pop-up power bomb. And Owens with the ultimate opportunity.
Only man
Everybody's
standing.
down. But can he reach the briefcase from there? Yes, he can.
It's in position to be grabbed.
Is
It
Owens going to
is.
break the ceiling? Is Owens going to break the ceiling?
Kevin Owens
Yes, he does.
breaks
Kevin
the
Owens
ceiling.
breaks the ceiling.
What a phenomenal match, ladies and gentlemen. Kevin Owens through adversity, absolutely securing the opportunity to break the ceiling in a huge challenge for the Overdrive Championship.
4.5 stars. Dave Meltzer gives it just one below the Galactic Championship triple threat, so I think that's safe to say we win the night. But Kevin Owens will eventually win the war. He now has a title opportunity whenever he pleases. That was the definition of brutality. Owens, though, doing his part, setting up ladder spots that never happened, hitting all the right moves, and taking advantage when he needed to. Kevin Owens has successfully broken the ceiling.
Absolutely, I can't be prouder of Kevin. Definitely worth that first round pick. I expect great things for him in the future when it comes to the Glory World Championship. And I expect whoever walks out of WrestleMania to be in a very short clock looking over their shoulders. Sure.
And ladies and gentlemen, we will announce more about Wrestle Mayhem next week on Glory and Pride. But for now, we are going to have to sign off. But we'd like to thank each and every one of you in the OCW universe for tuning in. What a phenomenal night for professional wrestling. What a phenomenal night
Absolutely.
for this company. So many great matches, many surprises, and this is just a taste of what is to come. Elias, your final thoughts on this tremendous, groundbreaking show.
First of all, Stanley, that's disgusting. I despise it. Next,
I'm going to do more.
I definitely feel like we have shown the world what professional wrestling truly is in the 22nd. No, we're still in the 21st. In the 21st century, right? Yeah, we're still in the 21st.
Yeah.
In the 21st century.
Phil the
let alone-
Futures from the 22nd century.
Yeah.
Phil.
Right. I definitely think that the 2020s will be a brand new rejuvenation for professional wrestling at the hands of Overdrive, whether that's Pride or Glory. As much as I hate to admit, tonight, Pride definitely stepped up to the plate. I think overall, Glory had the better quality matches cumulatively, but definitely Pride had the best when it comes to the triple threat US title. No, because you had Moose and Bailey kind of just, eh. So, yeah, by default, right? I had one bad one, you had two. Yeah. But no, I'm
stars ain't a
super
bad
proud
one,
of
bro.
everybody here tonight. I'm definitely proud of everybody here tonight. And I can't wait to see what we have in the future going into WrestleMania, which I think will be the greatest opening pay-per-view in the history of professional wrestling. It's better than WrestleMania 1, better than maybe better than Wrestle King. Better than Wrestle Kingdom 1. We show the world what Overdrive truly stands for. But for Stanley and myself, signing off, Elias Thorne.
Good night, everybody. Thank you for tuning in.